Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the special open meeting of Osoyoos Town Council, Tuesday, December the 16th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in Council Chambers. Could we please have the approval of the special open agenda? Councillor King, Councillor Potterica, all in favor. Thank you. So just a few comments from me first. The public is certainly allowed to watch on screen, and it's available, live streaming for this meeting. There will not be an opportunity to ask questions at this, so that opportunity was held last night. We did have a public meeting at the Sonora Center last night, and there were quite a few people that were there listening. It was not live streamed. We didn't have that ability last night, but there were a few questions that were asked and some concerns, and those questions and concerns will be dealt with first this morning before we go on to our 5-year financial plan and some bylaws. That's what's on the agenda today. So I will turn this over now to CAO Risling.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. As you indicated, there was one presentation yesterday, and which had some questions, and we'll respond to those first. Mr. Madsen, would you like to?
Thank you. So I put these, just summarize them into 6 questions. So if we missed any, we can kind of work through them. The first was about our consultant, True, the asset management plans, and a critical state of the town's infrastructure. For clarification, True has never been responsible for the maintenance and installation of the town's infrastructure. That was with the town. Typically, a municipality hires consultants, and the consultants perform tasks on behalf of them or as requested by the town staff. So if they were never asked to do an asset management plan in the past, they wouldn't have done one. I'm not aware of any prior to 2023, but we did water and sewer asset classes in 2023. We're currently working on the transportation infrastructure, and that should be concluded in 2020. What are we? 2026. So yeah, like I said, that pretty much answers that portion of it. The next question was regarding the water treatment plant costs, including the consultant fees. Although that technically is not part of the general budget, we'll just address that here. The total estimated cost out of the gates for the water treatment plant is currently estimated at approximately $62 million for the initial construction, and $80 million at the full build out in the future. Of that $62 million, only $45 million of that is attributed to the water treatment plant. The rest is related to the upgrades to the intake and the supply main to get the water from the lake up to the water treatment plant. Those costs do include engineering and contingency, and they're provided by Corollo Engineers, which is the firm that we selected to undertake the initial feasibility and pilot study. Not True, which was mentioned in the question last night. The third question was related to the modular building selection at the Public Works Yard. If council recalls, this is a report that came before them, I believe, in the summer of 2025. And the question did come up regarding purchasing, where initially staff had recommended leasing, but through discussion, it was decided to move forward with the purchase of it. So we amended the budget. So that is the route that we were headed down. As of right now, I have only requested quotes from vendors for budgetary pricing. We have not purchased anything to date. An RFP has not gone out. Although in requesting those quotes, only one supplier did get back to me. So where we're at right now, however, is that we found out that we do need to upgrade our electrical service at the yard. Water and sewer is fine, but we do need to upgrade the electrical service. We're at our max right now anyway, so it's bound to happen regardless. And so before we kind of move forward with the purchase of the trailer, I need to get some more information from Fortis to proceed with that. So we're waiting for confirmation from them. The next was regarding Quail Place reconstruction. This project was in the budget prior to my arrival, so I don't have a lot of information, but I understand that it was selected in 2024 due to water repairs, likely due to aging services. Generally, when you're replacing one asset in there, in this case, water mains, and you've got the road opened up, you'd replace the sewer mains at the same time. And of course, the road pretty much at that point gets all rebuilt as well. So it's most cost effective in the long term to just do everything at once. The fifth question was pertaining to the capital work, or whether there's capital works on the east side of the bridge. The current 5-year financial plan does include some works on the east side of the bridge, and that does include Ponderosa, where there's some flooding, localized flooding in there. Harbor Key, which some infrastructure is impacted there, I think, due to the soils. Maple, and there's a couple others in there, and they just haven't got to the current year on the budget just yet. So I think Ponderosa is the closest one, and that we had to move to 2026 due to some statutory right away things we have to sort out. We are currently working, like I said earlier, on a transportation master plan with the assistance of Urban Systems, and that will include the condition of roads and sidewalks, as well as identifying areas for improved traffic in that area, which may bubble some other projects to the top of the pile in future years. Once we have the information, we can make better decisions. So there's that. The last question that I have, the sixth question, was pertaining to the selection of our water meter supplier and installer. The town did put out an RFP for the water meters. True was not part of that selection process, to the best of my knowledge. When staff had some vacancies in 2024, we reached out to True to assist us in installing these meters. So they came to the plate, they helped us get them all in, or not all of them, but we're in the middle of the project. And that project is largely funded from grants and or borrowing. And the original cost estimates did include mostly house installations, and then that went up due to the location of irrigation lines to make sure we're capturing all the water. That's all the questions I have. I believe there was one more, but
Thank you. Can I just wanted to ask Mr. Madsen a question first. I'm wondering about the modular home or the building that you've got up there. Do you see that sort of with the RFP and so on, after you get the quotes, being done fairly quickly? My reason for asking is I think you need the space up there. So I'm just wondering, can you fill us in on that timeline?
for sure. So once we hear back from Fortis and I get confirmation that we can upgrade the electrical service in the timeline there, then we would issue an RFP. There's only so many vendors out there that actually can do these things for office modulars. So once I get confirmation that we can proceed with the electrical upgrade, then we'll move forward with the RFP too, because I'm not going to commit extra resources until we know we can do it in a timely manner. So
Thank you. Councillor King, did you have a question?
I think it was just a follow-up. I just wanted to confirm you will be putting out another RFP for the modular?
yes.
Okay, so Councillor Chong.
Thank you. And just a point to add to, with some preliminary research, the first mention of asset management with our digitized files was in 2013. There was no mention with True in that report. And then it was basically ongoing, listed as ongoing in the business plan, also known, I guess we call it the annual report now. Which then was renamed a strategic report, I think, which is also an annual report. But it was always listed as ongoing. There were some mentions of applying for grant funding for development of the asset management plan. But it seems like it was on the radar. It just may have been a smaller blip but over time, it seems like it was increasing in terms of priority level, in terms of projects. So it was mentioned in the past. We completed in 2023, or at least a portion of it.
You're correct, Councillor Chong. It had been mentioned several times. In the past, we had at UBCM and at SILGA, we had presentations. I took notes. I, brought them back and mentioned them, but it was always not seen as the best use for the money at the time. I guess that's all we can say. It was left probably for too long. However, that was council made those decisions along with administration to deal with other things, and that's what happens. Definitely, we had to start doing asset management because we wouldn't be getting grants for things if we didn't have that underway. So that was kind of the spur that got everything started. But you're quite right. It's been sort of talked about and on the books for probably since 2011 that I can remember. Okay, I am going to turn it back over to Mr. Risling. Is there or Mrs. Coulson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment briefly on behalf of Corporate Communications regarding the feedback we received last night about our public input process around the budget. And I want to say that it is a recognized and considered one of the most thorough and respectful ways of eliciting public input. Not unlike an Indigenous talking stick, it allows for people to only be heard one person at a time without any interruptions or cutting short or quick answers on the spot that might not be the most thorough answer. So this allows for council to intently listen, 100% focus of what the public is saying to them, followed by staff and other municipal or employees working on the most thorough and factual answer, and people get their answer in writing. So it is a very thorough way of providing input for other projects, such as the upcoming cemetery master plan. We would do it in a kind of an open forum where we would be milling about and have message boards and talking. That doesn't lend itself well to a budgetary process. So for those reasons, we chose this method of public input for the budget.
Thank you very much. Mr. Risling, did you have anything to add or?
No, I think it's where we're at today, and I think this council's made a lot of improvements to our financial position and given us the ability to start delivering on some of those delayed infrastructure projects to provide the services that our residents and businesses and tourists expect. And what happened in the past, and we have to look forward, and we're making steps that way. And the administration will continue to work collaboratively with council and the community to move forward in these critical projects to continue to provide Canada's warmest welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you. With regard to our public input process, is it commonly used on the federal, provincial levels of government, or?
Modified forms of it, yes. I think that to be able to present your entire set of comments and questions uninterrupted and have them taken down and responded to in writing is absolutely the most thorough and best way of receiving and responding to that input.
So thank you to our administration for handling those questions that came up last night. And you're absolutely right. Giving a complete answer without being put on the spot is obviously much better than having to get caught off guard and perhaps not give a complete answer. Mr. Davis, did you have anything that you wanted to add? You were okay. I just didn't want you to feel left out. All right. So thank you for that information. And we will now turn over to staff reports, and we will ask Mrs. Keith to give the 5-year financial plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I put together just a brief presentation just to do another recap of the report that was provided last week. It'll have some similar slides, but just a little bit more condensed. Again, to talk about the overview, we're looking at a moderate increase to municipal tax of $13.35 per month, an annual of $160 for the average single-family resident. The property tax levy does include the RCMP requisition as well. The slide just kind of breaks it down by category, what the change in revenue is and expense, and how it is broken down over that $13.35 a month. Notable changes will be on the revenue side. It's the contributions to reserves. And on the expense side, it's pretty much spread out, but there are some notables there for materials, contract services, and grant and programs, protective services. I won't go through each one. I think it's pretty self-explanatory what the differences are between what was budgeted in the prior year. Again, exceptions, this is just the summarized version of the previous slide. So what was increased greater than CPI would be the administration due to office supplies, postage, advertising increases. Material maintenance, pretty much across the board for buildings, oil, gas, roads, materials within the office as well increased. Contract services, which include engineering, legal, audit services, and program instructors. Utilities and data processing, which would include our electricity, our telephone, cellular, and IT services. RCMP, we had the addition of new members. And planning and development, we have a proposed new staffing position. The topic of the day is reserves. So we've increased our reserves by 1.15 million to fund programs as directed by council. There's no new additional reserve added here with the exception of the airport grant matching fund. All the previous reserves were already identified and increases instructed in prior year, be either 150,000 or CPI. Capital projects, a year of catch-up as described previously. There are 23 carry-forward projects totaling 3.5 million. And in 2026, 2030 capital stands at 29 million. I put together a couple slides with regards to projects, and what we've done is we brought forward the 2026 projects to be identified first. And then in later slides, I have the carry forwards, which have already really been discussed in prior budget discussions. They're just at this point standing complete and will be completed in the 2026 year. So I have a couple of handouts to make it a little easier for you guys to follow. So what I did is put together the project one-pagers in list of in order of the 2026.
Ms. Keith is getting ready. Basically, this is the order of the slides of the projects as requested by council and members of the public in last couple of years. We've included all the carry forward projects, which we haven't done in the past, but we do realize that it's difficult to follow because the 24/25 projects are intermingled with the 26 and future projects. So that's something we'll clean up in the future, but that's why Ms. Keith did this copy so it follows the actual project identified in this slide.
Do we want to go through each one, or how would you like to proceed through the project listing?
I think it's a good idea to go through each one because then we won't miss anything. So
Certainly.
I'm looking at, well, it's page 80 in mine, but that's the wrong one. The list of proposed capital budget, and I'm assuming that's sort of the order and it'll be the same as this. Is that?
Yeah,
but
so what I've done is
explain.
I've taken the list that was presented in the report from last week, and all I did was took the actual current 2026s and brought them forward on this slide. And then in the next slides, we'll have what was carry forward.
Good. Okay. Well,
And then that package, like CEO Riesling had just mentioned, it just lays it out so we can flip through a little bit quicker because it'll align with what we see in front of us here.
So maybe just one more piece. So
Yep.
if we're going through the projects and we're going to identify, again, they're embedded in the budget documents, except for one item, which we'll talk about. If, as we go through them, if there is an item that you'd like to remove, increase, amend, whatever it is, I'd ask that a motion be made to actually make that change then, because this way then at the end, we actually have kind of a tally. If nothing was changed, make a motion at the end that all these projects are proceeding with the exception of A, B, and C. So if there's as we go through them, if there's an issue with that expenditure, appreciate a motion at the time to amend or remove.
Okay, so we're going to start on the first one here, which is the alarm upgrades and security cameras. And is Mr. Risling, are you speaking to this one? It has your name at the top, and I'm wondering who, or is it Mrs. Robinson? No, she just sent it to you.
Yeah. So
I'm just reading what's on the form, so. Oh, Mrs. Colson.
It's gonna be me. Does council want a full explanation of the request? Or, I believe we went over this briefly
I'm
with
thinking
council
that
before.
it might be a good idea to sort of list them, the ones that are sort of on there included in this amount of money.
Yes,
Would
of
that be
course.
okay?
In response to primarily vandalism and theft of town-owned assets, we are responding by putting additional alarms and cameras in various locations at operations at the Cactus Center, Marina, and Legion Beach, at 7710 Main Street property, and Gyro Beach, and in behind the Municipal Hall. Prior to some of these being installed, we will be doing a privacy impact assessment where the cameras are likely to capture public activities.
Thank you. Has the privacy impact statement been requested? Or are we waiting for
No,
this and
not
then
yet.
we'll do it?
We'll get the authorization first and then proceed with the privacy impact statement.
And how long might that take? Who do we have to, is it quite a long procedure? In other words, how long till we get the cameras?
The
installed?
cameras can be obtained very quickly. The privacy impact statement could
Right.
take some time because it's dependent on staff in the commissioner's office at the provincial level.
Thank you. Go ahead.
With the system that we're looking at, is there potential to add more additional cameras so we can essentially make this almost like a multi-phase project for enhanced security?
Yes, we selected a scalable system.
Are we passing these as we talk about them, or are we gonna wait?
If there's anything that we want to change to them, then we will bring them off. If not, it's accepted. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. So anybody else have any concerns with this? Great, thank you. So we will now look at IT upgrades. Is that Mrs. Keith?
Yes. Just for my initial review, we've gone through many of the stations in the offices, and we found that we do have some older systems that no longer will be upgraded going forward. Therefore, we need to get on a system of a cycle where we replace X amount of computers every year to ensure that we don't get hit with a big impact where we have to replace several all at the same time, but we want to do a rollover where every year we're doing, let's say 4 or 5 computers so that they all stay within the current software that we are using. So we put this letter together with regards to, we need some monitors, 2 more laptops, and 6 workstations would be scheduled for the rollover. And then we would go hoping with the contracts going forward that we'll be able to get some discounted rates if we buy that many, a quantity of 4 to 6 at a time.
Thank you. Can I ask, has the new computers for the new council being elected in October, has that been included in that? I know that we've always had a new one. Yeah, every time that council has been elected, there's an upgraded computer. So I'm wondering if that needs to be included in this, or is that a separate issue?
People are looking at me for a response. Well, I haven't been through a change of council here in Osoyoos, and in places where I've been previously, very often an outgoing councillor would give their computer laptop to. Yes, but if there is a need for new ones, we're happy to add that to the request.
Go ahead.
I thank you, Madam Councillor, or Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd recommend we include 5 new laptops because these laptops are 4 years old already. Would be my suggestion, but I do have another question also. With the 6 workstations, do you find that's going to be enough because your security is only as good as the slowest computer you have? So is 6 relevant or do you need more?
We've been, what I can understand, looking in the past requests, we've been on a rollover over the last, say, 2 years anyway. And so given the current inventory we have, 6 would cover off the oldest ones and would bring us within a few years of the newest ones. So I do believe it is. We did upgrade our server last year, which is our main point of security and input into the system.
So how many workstations do you have?
About 70 or so.
Can I ask, is it Northern Computers that has the contract to deal with us? And that's normally where we would get our software and our computers from? Yeah, great, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to include the 5 laptops. I have no idea the cost of each one or looking at last year approximately how much they would be, but would someone have an idea?
Could you make a motion that?
Make a motion that you include 5 laptops when the new council is elected.
Is there someone who would like to second that? I will. I know that every time that I have, yeah, I've had a new one that's been upgraded. Yes.
I'd personally, I'd like to hold off on that one until maybe we have an assessment with the new IT firm, because frankly speaking, I use this laptop for Microsoft Office apps and documents. Doesn't require a lot of processing power aside from aesthetic scratches. I could, if reelected, of course, I would use this until it fully breaks down. Well, then I have my own personal laptop to use interim. Like I think that's, to me, this seems more like a want than a need. They are fully functional.
I think that having upgraded programs on it is probably one of the things that a counselor needs, and I'm just not sure how long. I understand that a lot of people have their own computers at home. I do too, but mine is quite a bit older. But I do think it should be considered because it has been necessary the last 3 times that I've been through it. So I would like them to consider doing this. If there's a lot of cost to it and it can't be done right now, maybe it could be done later in the year. But I do think you need them for November the 1st, quite frankly. Now, Councillor King and then Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, I believe also, Councillor Chong, that if you were elected, you could keep that computer or the stuff on this computer could be transferred over to the new computer for you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Here it says 2 laptops, 3,500. So we're talking 5 laptops. We're talking about $7,000, and we're spending quite a bit of time on peanuts here compared to the budget.
Did you have something you wanted to add? Yep.
Thank you. Something else I guess to consider, as you know, we do have a current RFP out there for examining our IT services contract. Is normally when those you know, if there's a new firm coming on board, they would help establish those timeframes for replacement or renewal. In more recent years, it kind of seems to be a little less time than it has in the past. You know, normally in the past, depending on, you know, again, we talk about asset management is devices before probably within 5, 6 years. Now, because of changing technology, sometimes they go as little as 3. And you know, my past experience. I think as that rollout takes place, that's a conversation to have with our IT partner moving forward as to where we go from there in terms of rollout. It may mean that, you know, we may have some, in this case, lesser used devices such as ours that would just go back in the rotation there, would be reallocated based on the needs of staff and elected officials. And I'm okay keeping it the current requisition for this year, and then next year as we develop, you know, and enhance our IT services, have that discussion going into the 2027 budget cycle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe we can just increase the project cost to 27,500 and let our staff decide at the time where the money's being spent. And if they only need 2 computers, then they have that money in the IT.
So your suggestion is to increase the project cost from 20,000 to 27?
27.5. I move that. I guess there's a motion on the table.
Yes, so there is a motion on the table that Councillor King and I seconded it, that we add the cost of 5 new computers for council. Is that correct? Is that the motion?
That is correct, but you could consider that as a friendly amendment if you wish.
Okay. Yes.
So my father was an IT director. I've been building computers since I was 12. These computers are i5 Intel Core processors, which are more than sufficient for our needs. We're not doing like high density like data analytics or data processing. For new council, really, if you want a faster laptop, you can just do a full systems wipe and then start from scratch. And it will be perfectly fine. These are also auto updated. So we have new apps. I think it was like a month ago when it did a full update and it's all automatic. I mean, this is in terms of asset replacement, yes, 100%. It should be budgeted, but it's not a priority. Like we can discuss it in the future, but these laptops will last quite some time. Like they're not future proof for any of us who want to do like graphics or AI, obviously, but for the purposes of our needs, these laptops are sufficient.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a motion on the floor. Could you please read it one more time, Mrs. Robinson or Mrs. Coulson?
It's not really written out in the form of a motion, but the changes to the report, the capital budget report that we're looking at would be to change the amount from 20,000 to 27,000 and add 2 additional laptops. So 27,500, sorry, 27,500 for 2 additional laptops.
Thank you very much. So I will call the question. All in favor? Against? So that carried. Thank you very much. We will now, and there wasn't anything else on this particular report that there was a concern. All right, 85th Street Plaza. I will comment on this one if it's all right. We do have this set aside in the budget because when we did the opening of the 85th Street Plaza, and the grant and 2 grants, 2 separate ones, one was RMI, we did include this. It just has not been built yet and placed. I did contact the artist who is Taylor Baptiste, and she has definitely agreed that she will do it. We talked about it recently. I went up yesterday to see if she was at the Inconneet Desert Cultural Center, and she wasn't. So I sent her an email and said that this was in our 2026 budget, and we hoped that there could be a design and installation completed in 2026. I have not heard back from her. Is that enough for this one? Everybody okay with this one then? I will continue to follow up on it with Taylor. Okay, so we will look at consultation for a multi-purpose building and administration building. Mr. Risling, are you talking to this one?
Thank you, Your Worship. As part of the council strategic priorities, one of the things that council is looking for is the potential of combining a lot of our existing buildings and facilities. We did a rough building asset management plan last year, basically identifying our buildings and estimating the age life on them. And if council may recall, a lot of our buildings are at or beyond their economic lives. So it's really the time to actually take a good look as to what options are available. So for example, some of our nonprofits have buildings that we have that are old. Having a plan as to what we're going to do with all these nonprofits and their buildings is critical to even their future planning. There has been talk about potentially combining a lot of these operations under one roof to look at potential efficiencies as far as everything from alarm systems to having fewer washrooms. Right now, there's washrooms and there's kitchen facilities and a lot of these places, and combining them makes it just better economical sense. We also have a couple of the other bigger town assets, being Town Hall, which there was a review done on this building in around 2017, which indicated it was in very poor condition. Council's been made aware of a lot of these structural issues with this building. And we also have Desert Park, which is, we're going to be talking about that a little bit later in its condition and what we're going to be doing with that. So this is basically taking all that consultation of the public and providing maybe some options for council's consideration so that we can set a path forward and have a clear idea as to what we're going to be doing in the future with all of these assets that are, for the most part, beyond their economic lives.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, to CEO Risling. Just a question where you say potential construction of a new Desert Park building and town hall. Should this be extended to include like interior health, RCMP, clinic walk-in as potential? Because when I read this, that's what I was talking about yesterday. It says look into potential construction of a new Desert Park building and town hall. And it sounds like that's what this 200,000 is for. And I think it's for way more than that.
100%, through your worship. Yeah, this is for a lot more. Definitely, like all of our nonprofits, like Desert Sun, the Art Gallery Council, Portuguese clubs. We have lots of various assets out there, and getting a pulse of what these organizations need or what they would like is important for council to consider, and how we're going to move forward on either supporting these organizations or not supporting the organizations, and having a roof over their head. We can definitely expand the scope to people like interior health, and RCMP is potentially could be outside this scope, just considering the total cost. But I like your idea of being inclusive and looking big picture and determining the most economical way to provide the services for the community.
Councillor King.
Madam Mayor, I agree with Councillor Bennett that a couple more names maybe should be added in the proposal goals. And my question really is, though, how do you come up with a 200,000 number?
What we came up with is just looking at what some of the costs of previous consultation were. We know this would be a lot more intense and exhaustive. There's a lot more groups that would be interested in things like this. So we know it's going to take a lot of time by a consultant to basically interviewing all the groups and coming up with basically a tentative plan on what it could potentially look like. So that's council's seen a lot of these consultation things cost a lot of money. The smaller ones, the cemetery, I think is around is that one 70,000 or around there, and that's quite small compared to this.
Can I'd just like to add that I think 200,000 is an awful lot of money to spend on something like this. We do have a complete report on this building and what could be provided. There was some plans in there, it was done 5 years ago or something, and I'm wondering if it might be a good idea to look back at that, because there was included in that possibility of having it above retail space or having some of the Desert Sun or a health unit or something in the bottom floor. So I'm just wondering if some of those could be looked at. And we do have, I'm concerned about providing a lot of 200,000 for a consultation and then building it all for community groups. We do have the Sonora Center where a lot of community groups meet. We all pay, including Area A, into the museum. And there is a room there that was provided actually by the Rotary, but it's available for community groups as well. So I think if it's needed for our ability to conduct business and do things, that's one thing. But for community groups, I think that it seems like an awful lot of money if that's what the main thing is. And I'm wondering if we've got anything sitting on the shelves, because we probably do, some of these reports that we've had in the past, and it might be a good idea to have a look at those. That's my only suggestion.
Dear Your Worship, definitely we can bring some of that older material forward. This would be a project that's put out for RFP, and we'd provide the information that's there, and the best vendor would succeed. And so if it doesn't require 200,000, if the bids come back very competitive and can deliver on the results for 150, it'll be 150. I think from an administrative perspective, the last thing we want to do is start a project and then we're 10,000 short. We've got to come back, do amendments, and that type of thing. So we're only going to spend what the competitive process tells us we have to spend to get the delivered outcomes.
Thanks. I understand that. Councillor Poderica?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think something to consider here is trying not to limit the scope of what this may entail. We know currently we're about $13 million a year short of our asset replacement based on our known assets. We know that we're not going to be replacing every asset one for one as what we have right now. I think we're very fortunate to maybe be currently, let's call it structure rich, but asset poor, for the fact that a lot of these buildings, especially some of the ones that we'll probably hear about later this afternoon, are at or past end of life. And working with community partners, working with organizations that come on board is maximizing the use of these facilities moving forward, maximizing the hours which they're operating, the impact they have on the residents, the use of the residents, and taking into consideration what those needs or wants are, what's missing, and what can we, maybe things that, we don't need to duplicate moving forward. We don't need 5 different commercial kitchens when we could probably work with 2, and having those facilities and those flexible spaces to adapt to what the changes are. We know as time goes on, historically we've seen things like service groups start to fade away. And what does that look like in terms of their facilities and being able to support and for them to be able to operate their facilities? And maybe they don't need their own building at one point, that they can, there's some shareable or flexible space for them to move forward. We know, in terms of what's been presented in the past in terms of future replacement, and knowing that, there are other partners that are at the table, there are partnerships for us to look at. I think it's important that we consider all those aspects moving forward when we start looking at how we're going to address our structure asset issue without absorbing that whole cost of that 13 million shortfall annually that we're seeing right now, just replaced with what we have one for one. So I think if we keep it as open as we can, moving forward, there might be some opportunities that come available for us to find some unique partnerships. I think that would allow us to start working towards the direction that I think we need to go to in terms of this asset replacement.
Thank you. And can I include, Mr. Davis, we got you, the school district. They have great buildings that might be included in this. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add to that too, the number of groups that we do have that we do, work with and help promote and do various number of events with, they're dealing with facilities that are not accessible. So that would be a huge thing, for more people to get involved. We did look at some of the buildings, one in particular, the Art Center. The second floor, you can't get up there at all in a wheelchair. And that's a huge thing moving forward, especially with our, our accessibility plan and how we, promote us to be an accessible community. The other thing, the Sonora Community Center, I think from the very start when it opened, I think the premise was to have as many groups as possible in there to use the facility. And I think we do a pretty good job in hosting events and bringing different groups forward to, for fundraising activities, etc. But I think they really need a home base, and it's difficult to provide that for them for the space that we have. We have some storage space for stuff like that. They're when they do events for posters, etc. But for them to be there and meet on a weekly basis, like the Art Center, it's really difficult.
Thank you for that perspective, for sure. And as a member of the Festival Society, I know that we're always looking for a space to put stuff. So, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I kind of look at when we talk about the Rotary meeting room at the museum, it's great for meeting for 20 or 30 people. And it's just a meeting room, that's it. So if we're talking here of doing stuff for like a senior center or different clubs that are active that need spots to put out their stuff and leave their stuff and their signs and all their stuff, then basically that's totally different than a meeting room. So when we go in here, it kind of says, this almost sounds like with the nonprofits for meeting room, but that's not what we really need. I think most of the nonprofits, they have a meeting room. We just need to find it, like Councillor Puerto Rico said, if there's 5 kitchens, we need 3 kitchens. This is not about meeting rooms. I think it's a lot bigger than that we got to look at.
Go ahead, Councillor Chong.
The other important thing to note too is when we look at the asset management and the service life of our assets here, looking at all the ones that have 5-year estimated life remaining, Art Council, Art Gallery, Town Hall, obviously, Portuguese Canadian Hall, Cactus Centers at 7, which means probably the childcare centers around that as well, which that also feeds into a childcare needs assessment. We know that there is an increased need. We also know that the province is very bullish on funding childcare centers in terms of construction with grant funding. We're looking at something that is like 12 birds with 1 stone, potentially. Also, I believe this was Silga last year, one of the conferences, but Rosalind actually presented on their city hall, and what happened was they had a very, very high snow event, and luckily there was only 1 staff member in City Hall at the time, but the roof did collapse. They got out, everyone was okay. But this presented a unique opportunity for them to partner with the province, with BC Housing, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Green Municipal Fund, multiple other housing societies, and essentially build a hybrid building, mixed-use building, which is not just a city hall, but also had residential. Now, we're looking at something that, with all these assets that are going to age out, individual replacement is going to be very expensive. If we can build a plan that, maybe it's 10, 15 years, then the per cost per building is going to be much lower if we can amalgamate them together. So this is one of those studies where, yes, the price tag is high, but when you look at the 15, 20-year projected cost savings, it's pretty much a no-brainer.
Thank you. I totally agree. We need to look at all of those. I just want to point out that there have been several of them done and they're sitting on a shelf and we need to haul those out and have a look at them. Number one was the town hall, the new town hall plan, which had all kinds of other things included in it in the one building. That was my only point for this. So if this 200,000 is the sort of the top at this point and it comes in at lower, then we do an RFP, then I'm happy with that. But I'm okay with supporting this at the moment if anybody else is. Councillor Bennett.
I'd move this motion. I would just ask that it be approved, but the wording would just be adjusted to what we were just saying to more, so that when the public reads it, they understand what we're doing.
To your worship, I completely agree. Apologize for not being as inclusive as intended, but administration completely is on board with council, and yeah, we've got to make this as broad as possible to look out for any potential savings to our taxpayers. So 100% there.
And of course, the accessibility issue needs to be included in anything that we do. So that seems to, we're okay with that one then. And we're now going to look at the next one, which is the new columbarium for the cemetery. Is that Mrs. Coulson?
Thank you, Your Worship. As council's aware, we started the cemetery master plan at the end of the summer. And one of the early findings from that consulting group was that we would be using columbarium spaces at a higher rate than what we have in stock right now. So we thought while we were doing the budgeting process, despite the fact we haven't had all the findings from the master plan, we should put in a request for another columbarium unit.
Thank you. And have we done the cemetery master plan, or are we still dealing with that?
I'm working with Director Madsen on that. We will be doing a public open house at the Sonora Center at the beginning of February. And once those pieces of input have been collected and integrated into the master plan, the consulting group will be presenting to council in the spring.
Go ahead,
I guess I
Councillor King.
just got a question about that, because in 227, you got $100,000 budget for a master plan. Now it sounds like you're moving up to 226.
Well, one of the budgets I'm guessing was for the master plan itself. This is for responding to the master plan, in that we are going to run out of columbarium spaces.
Yeah.
100,000 and 227.
Yeah, that was a placeholder. We're just anticipating that from the review, there may be additional enhancements that are required at the cemetery. And so what we're trying to do is provide council and the public with a better forecast of what potentially can be out there. So it's kind of an earmark. Hopefully it comes back and says everything's really, really good. And then we have $100,000 savings, but we just wanted to put it as a radar. So we picked a nominal amount into the future as a placeholder for potentially things that come out of the master plan review.
So one of the concerns I'm thinking in the master plan is cemetery shopping, because that seems to be something that every community in the country is looking at right now. And we do get people that come up and want to purchase plots in Osoyoos and in various other places too. It's not just here. At a much reduced rate, because it costs a lot more in larger cities or in other places. I think we need to make sure that that talk is included in there. And I'm thinking that it used to be that families could go in and purchase several plots at once in anticipation of having all their family members there. I don't know whether that's one of the issues that's going to be talked about, but I know that it's a concern and it concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. And then thank you for pointing out that, you know, it is a, seems to be a destination cemetery, especially when you look at our rates. I think even to our closest municipality, it is quite reasonably priced and compared to most, especially when you compare it to other places such as the Lower Mainland. I'm just looking here at our current cemetery rates here, and there's a pretty good cost recovery on a $60,000 purchase based on these 48 niches. Uh, about 1820, I believe, is the current rate. And that would be about 87,000. So there's good cost recovery in terms of the cost of covering this off here. We know the demand is currently there and will exceed over the next probably 20 years, as reported has indicates based on the change in demographics and moving forward. And I think, you know, we realize that the space is very limited in the cemetery, and you know, with those further discussions is what happens next in terms of whether that requires further land acquisition moving forward down the road. But realizing, of course, though, that it is a popular resting place for many, and so I support this.
I totally agree with that. So can a columbarium be built out there? There is a spot and it doesn't need to wait for the master plan to do it. So that means it could be done fairly soon. Is that what the suggestion is?
Your worship, there's quite a bit of lead time on ordering a columbarium and having it shipped. And as I said, we expect that the results of the cemetery master plan will be presented to council in the early spring. So I think the timing is fine.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any concerns with this one? All right, we will move on. The next one is Desert Park Ball Diamond improvements. Is that you, Mr. Davis?
That is the most exciting position in the world. Before council is a report for the repair, upgrade, and maintenance of the Ball Diamonds at Desert Park. This is going to be a project that we're going to do over 2026 and 2027. We're looking at doing repair, replacement of the backstops. Each backstop are anywhere from $18,000 to $20,000. They're quite a bit larger than what you think they are. And with this, we're going to do some turf maintenance and just the infield with new shale, and that'll be carried over 2 years.
Thank you, Worship, and through you, Director Davis. Just curious if any of this would be impacted by the currently under development Parks Master Plan.
As part of the draft master plan, there would be no significant changes to the Ball Diamonds. But I'm hoping that the Parks Master Plan will be presented in early 2026. And anything in relation to any of our parks will have that effect or will be included for sure.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my one question is, we're talking about upgrading these and I'm not sure, is it definitely the new water plant? Is this not gonna, that's out of this discussion totally? That it might not end up there, that we may end up, is that, is a water plant position where it's gonna go? Is it set in stone or is it possible we could end up still needing that property, moving the ballparks?
I
Not
think
there.
that we have not decided at this point on the water plant location.
So we're talking about spending all this money on the pickleball and all these different things for the parks master plan, but we're not sure about that piece of property. That's just my thought process.
Go ahead.
Just confirming though, this is Desert Park we're talking about.
That is correct. Yeah.
Thank
it's
you.
not-
The
not-
infield of Desert Park.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
So we're okay with this?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Councillor King.
yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, the backstops, is there area like 14 is playing at once? Is there really a need to do all 4 of them over the couple of years, or?
Yes, there is. So what we'll do is probably do 2 to 3 next year, the backstops, just due to the cost. And during that time, it would be easy for us to still continue. We could possibly use the fields if we need to at the West Bench, along with 2 or 3 that are not being done. But this doesn't take that long to do, and we can easily do it prior to the start of the season. Some of the pipes, they haven't been done in well over 20 years. There was caps missing. They fill with water. The pipes are split. The chain link itself is not attached properly, etc. And it is a bit of a, it doesn't look very good, to be honest.
One other question. Does this include any electrical upgrade out there?
No, it does not. No.
Okay, so we're all right with this. I'm just wondering, in my agenda package, the Southeast Meadowlark Playground was before this. And
It's a carry forward.
it's a carry forward, so we're okay. We don't.
Later on in the slides.
Perfect, thank you. It's just in a different order from in here. Go ahead.
With the Desert Park ball diamond improvements, and without having been presented the parks master plan, I would like to defer this one to 2027, 2028, just so that we can efficiently use our dollars for improvements. Because in terms of, I'm assuming that plan would also include utilization rates, to see how much these ball diamonds are actually being used, and whether or not we do want to invest money in these upgrades. But I'd just like to potentially open up the discussion for maybe deferring it a year until we do see the Parks Master Plan, so that, again, we have more information.
That's a good point. I wouldn't mind, I certainly agree with that. Anybody else?
No, I can support moving it also.
You okay with it?
Well, then I'll make that motion to defer it 1 year.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor King is seconding that. Anybody else want to talk about this? So we'll call the
Just for
yeah.
clarity, the motion is to defer the 75,000 in 2026 and 75,000 in 2027 to 75,000 in 2027 and 25,000 or 75,000 in 2028.
That would just be deferring it 1
doing
year.
both?
So
Okay,
for both,
just-
yeah. Go ahead, Councillor, or sorry, Mr. Davis.
Maybe next year. I would like to comment on that. And I don't know if this could even make a difference or not, but we do have a number of projects right now that are on hold because of our Parks Master Plan. So we really need the Parks Master Plan to be live and working. But also if we anticipate the Parks Master Plan early in the year, that, you know, these could still move forward subject to the Parks Master Plan being conducive to that. Just as an option, just so we're not waiting and still sitting back. Because I think at some point, anything to do with the operation of our department in terms of community services, we're just going to have a bunch of projects, I think, on hold, and it might be difficult to catch up. But just as an option, just put that out there for discussion.
Councillor Chung, are you in agreement with changing your?
Yeah, I would amend the motion that we accept it subject to the Parks Master Plan in
Being
support
adopted.
of, or in support of the project. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you got that, Mrs. Colson? Okay, so Councillor King, you seconded that. Are you all right? Did you want to say something? No. All right, so let's let this amended motion, then we will call the question. All in favor? Thank you very much. Nobody's in agreement. Okay, good. Thank you. We're now on the skateboard park roof.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. I was pulling up a picture on my phone here for the roof of the skateboard park, but I can just tell you that it's not in very good shape. We did get a quote on this. Well, we got actually 2 quotes on this, and $10,000 would definitely be the number to bring forward. There is a couple of options with this. I guess we either tear the whole thing right down, but it is used quite a bit. It's great for shade for the people that use the skateboard park, and it does actually help enhance that area a little bit. But right now, it definitely needs a new roof.
I was going to say that I know lots of skateboard parks that I pass in my travels, and they don't have little huts like that with roofs. So I was questioning whether we even needed it, but I get it. Is the skateboard park, I mean, it's basically used in the good months, right? Right now, it's not, I don't think. Not that I've noticed. I drive by the highway all the time, so.
There are some, mostly, yes, you're correct, due to the weather. But even right now, there are people that use it, and it's not just youth. We have some older adults that do this because it's just not pickleball. It's the skateboard park. But you might be surprised the people that do use that. Yeah, and with our weather the way it is it's still being used. But like I said, yeah, not as much as in the summer for sure.
Thank you. Councillor King?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor
Would this roof kind of be extended a few feet within that cost or just exactly the same?
It would just be a re-roof, that's all, nothing extended in terms of the structure or anything to that effect. Yeah, we might look at a few more dollars if that was the case, but I'm really not sure if there is room to make that bigger. It does cover the top part of that. That was, the carport for the property that's adjacent to it, so it does serve a purpose, yeah.
Councillor Federica.
Thank you, Your Worship, through Director Davis. Just curious on the overall structure of the carport itself, noting that it was at one point the carport for the town-owned property adjacent. Is there concern that the roof may exceed the life of this rather stick frame structure?
We actually really haven't looked, and it's when you look at the park or the structure itself, there is no visible, the uprights are all in good condition. There could be issues when you tear the roof off and see what's underneath, but even that would be minimal. And it does look like the rafters and everything else are okay, even though there is a little bit of leakage, but it is what it is. So yes, of course, there could be some rotten damage here for sure.
Can I just ask, is there anything with the cement structure that it's okay? It's in good shape. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Councillor.
So would the replacement material be shingle? Or are we looking at maybe a material that would have a longer service life for our specific climate?
What we've looked at was just asphalt actually. We could look at a tin roof or something to that effect, or clay tile. Again, it just costs that much more. But that's what we would look at for this. Yeah.
I need to apparently have a new roof on my house. And if it's $10,000 for the skateboard, I'm probably looking at 60,000 for my house. Is that reasonable amount? Oh my goodness, I'll have to get a second job.
We did get we did get 2 quotes, but just to put it in perspective, the Arts Council roof, we have somebody hired to do that, and it was in the $40,000 range. And again, we received a couple of quotes, and that was the lowest quote. So yes, it's
Wow.
bit of an endeavor.
Yes, thank you. Anybody, go ahead.
When was the last time the roof was replaced on the skateboard park?
think it was in 1956. No, it was never done in my time here. So one of my first projects was the skateboard park when I came to town in 2005. And that particular roof was as is and used as is. So it was would have been the same time I would assume that the house had a new roof, and it's lasted fairly well actually.
Okay, so are we okay with this? We will go ahead and put a $10,000 roof on the skateboard park. Okay, let's hope that the adults that are using this are enjoying the shade. All right, next is the age-friendly and accessibility upgrades. Mr. Davis?
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. So for the last number of years, council has approved anywhere from I would say in the vicinity of $30,000 to $35,000 for the improvements that are brought forward by the Accessibility and Age-Friendly Committee. This past year, we've done a number of improvements, and we are actually looking at some larger items again as we move forward. An auditory loop here for council chambers is on our agenda for this year. We did purchase the unit, but it hasn't been installed. And we're hoping that will still happen here in the short term. We're also doing the same thing for the gymnasium at the Sonora Center. And if you don't know what an auditory loop is, anybody who wears a hearing aid, there's a function on there that will enhance the hearing if an auditory loop's in place. So it is a really good thing. Over the years, and I'm not going to put too much into this, but we've done a number of upgrades, not an elevator, but a stair lift, accessible entrances, accessible change room, and Councillor King, who's been on this committee for a number of years, can attest to that. So right now, we'd like to move forward with the amount of $34,000, and that's what was presented to put in the budget as it is right now. And I think that would be a healthy number to move forward with.
Councillor King?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This committee has done a lot of work over the last, I've been on it for 11 years minimum. I'd like to see it increase to 35,000 instead of 34, but I'd also like it pulled out to be a line item specifically over the next 4 years instead of asking for the money every year.
Thoughts on that? Mr. Resling, or go ahead, Councillor Chong, we'll give you a turn.
So why the extra grand?
Well, it's just that the committee is committed and comes to all the meetings and you hear of all the things that's been accomplished. And I feel with a little bit more support, they just get more excited that they're welcomed and received in the community.
I can actually remember during my time on council that we did not have an automatic button at the front door of Town Hall. And we were horrified to realize that, which is why I think the committee started to and looked at, and I absolutely appreciate every year it's been started off at 25 or 30 and it's now up to 34,000. And I know that you have a good group of volunteers that are on this committee, and I'm quite happy to support it at 34,000, but I'm wondering if Councillor King has recommended 35. Is there anybody wanting to second that motion? Councillor Bennett. Go ahead. Sorry, the motion's been seconded, so would you like to comment on this?
So just for clarity, I think administration does really support the work of this committee. They come up with a lot of fantastic things to improve accessibility. We did incorporate in the budget $1,000 increase each of the 5 years. But I know there are numerous additional enhancements that can be made, but I just want to make that aware that we did increase $1,000 per year. As far as a line item, I know we talked about this a little bit internally, and it would probably be more suitable to be on an annual basis. One of the struggles is depending on whether it's going to be a larger capital item or not. That type, like if it's a larger capital item, it probably better be under capital. If it's doing a handrail for 2,000, well, that's more of an operational issue. And I don't know if Ms. Keith wants to say anything else, but that's one of our struggles as to where we actually put it. But you're right. I think the vast majority is smaller, would probably slide under operating.
So I certainly agree with if up to 34 or 35, I'd rather see it come back every year and we look at what are the issues that need to be dealt with that year, because it could be that we need to increase something one year, and I wouldn't want to just see it in the budget at a certain amount if there's something more needed. Councillor.
I suppose it. Oh, okay. Well,
Councillor Chong first, and then whoever
Okay.
else.
thank you. I suppose it depends on what our decision-making process is going to look like. Is if we make it a line item, would it be 30, like every year the committee, the approach is we have 35 grand this year to spend. What do we want to allocate it to? Or is it more like what are the needs are in the community and how do we like recommend to council? Or is it a fusion or hybrid of the both? Because there are going to be piecemeal projects that fall inside that 35,000 fund or budget for the committee, while there are also much larger projects that are going to be well outside that range. Maybe those come to council as recommendations, and the $35,000 budget line for the committee can be used for these smaller piecemeal projects, which I think would then empower the committee more. And then historically speaking, I mean, in terms of accessibility upgrades, 2015 we had 20 grand, and then 2016 20 grand, 2017 20 grand. So looking at the history of it, I mean, 35,000 seems to be fairly reasonable for these smaller projects that the committee could decide on or recommend to council.
Mrs. Keith, did you have something you wanted to include?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on with respect to the accounting for such funding. A lot of times too, accessibility is a desirable area for a lot of grants to come in that could help with some of these projects as discussed. What we do have to be careful of is what is maintenance and what is enhancement. And enhancement in the way of capital generally needs to be funded separately and identified separately and approved on a project basis. So that's generally why we set it up this way as opposed to being a regular item. If it was a regular item within our budget, we would more look at it being a maintenance item where, you know, an assessment's done every year and these small maintenance items like painting and different things are approached.
Thank you. Councillor Poderica first, and then Councillor King.
Thank you, Worship. And it's great. First, I appreciate the work that this committee does, that Friendly and Accessibility Committee does for our community. I know there's one possible fix I've had in mind for some time. I know I've approached administration just to inquire on costing, and one in particular which I see quite often is, and it's a bit of a frustration sometimes, is accessibility along Motel Row. Specifically, there is no current accessible crosswalk between Harbor Key and Highway 3 and Kingfisher and Highway 3. We do have 2 additional crosswalks there. One currently leads to a set of stairs with a step-up curb. There's no ramp in place on the south-facing side. The other one currently has, I believe, an accessible, well, I wouldn't call it a curb. It just ends up in some angled grass, and a couple times this summer where I saw a person with a fully electric, fairly higher powered wheelchair drive across, use that crosswalk only to then get themselves caught up and stuck when they try to go up the slope. I know I've inquired with administration in terms of what would be an approximate cost. I know the west or the east crosswalk of the 2 is the more possibly the accessible one. The slope of it's a bit more relaxed. That would probably entertain a wheelchair ramp and additional, and I think there's no steps on that side anyways, or a step down, but even a wheelchair ramp accessible down to what is right there is our scent garden, I believe, right around there, and to the park itself. I'm just looking for hopefully some consideration that even to increase that, just to even help further that cost, if there's a cost that's been determined by administration as to what that would cost.
Would that be something that Mott would have to okay because it's their highway?
Yeah.
And have we not asked several times that Mott look at putting in better accessibility along there? I'm pretty sure we have. Do you know, Mr. Madsen?
Yeah, CAO Risling and myself met with MOTT last month. And we've been in conversations about that particular stretch of highway as well as some other intersections in town, to improve the intersection and the crosswalks along there.
Good, thank you. Councillor
Yeah,
King?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess it's just an amendment then. Instead of making a line item, I'd just like to increase it to 35,000.
And you've seconded that? You're okay with that? All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there anybody else that needs to comment? All right, I will ask for are all in favor? Thank you. Next is the Osoyoos Haynes Point Park Accessibility Pier.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, keeping everybody on their seats this morning. So the accessible Suis Pier is a project that's been around for a few years. Myself, Councillor King, and Mr. Stiles, who is our chairperson of the committee, has met on numerous occasions with Parks BC and the Osoyoos Indian Band. This was originally a project that was identified through the Resort Municipality Initiative. And it was funded as such and approved for the amount that we have here. This obviously wouldn't be the entire amount. This is a contribution from the town to help improve accessibility, even though it is at the park. But this comes with full support of OIB and Parks BC. The problem that we've run into with Parks BC is that the resources that they have available to help with this, to help get all the red tape in place, is pretty much non-existent. We have met with them a few times. One of the reasons it's come here is we're unsure of how soon it could actually come forward. But we didn't want to lose it, and we didn't want to have it out of our books altogether. If Parks BC had anything in terms of, any kind of timeline to assist and help us, this could probably get done rather quickly. It's not a huge pier. There was an area identified on the south side as you go down to the park. And as I had said, we've met with Parks BC, OIB, and ourselves with the committee members on a few occasions. And like I said, the reason it got taken from RMI is we couldn't meet the strategic plan that was in place to say they were going to spend this $50,000 during the time of the strategy. So we wanted to bring it here for council to, have that discussion to see if we can actually have this as part of, our plan moving forward.
So can I just ask, this we're setting aside this money, but it would not move forward until we have the Osoyoos Indian Band and Parks BC contribute as well? Is that what it says? So it's just on the books and it's in the budget, but it may not be used if we don't get those other two. Okay, thank you. Everybody okay with this one then? Go ahead.
I suppose my concern is that this pier isn't technically in town boundaries. So this would effectively be essentially taxpayer money that's being used for a project that is not going into the town specifically.
That's correct, Councillor Chong. I think this has been, I guess, a topic of discussion for some time. And I think at this point, there've been some commitments made around the table for town support of this pier that was seen as a benefit to the region as a perspective, specifically on the tourism side, as it provides another asset to which is right on our borders per se, that our tourists could benefit from. So I understand your perspective on it, but it's been I guess, a long standing project that's had some verbal commitments already made.
Just as a follow up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how was the $50,000 number developed if there was no design or work set in motion? Yeah, I would just like some clarification on the rationale.
Originally, when we sat down to talk about this, the $50,000 was going to be used for the design. And moving forward, we just had that number that came out. Originally, as part of the strategic plan or strategy from the RMI perspective, we could use up to that amount for that purpose. That's where that came from. At the end of the day, if this project does come anywhere, to come forward, OIB and Parks BC would definitely have to contribute at least that amount, possibly more. What we were looking at was a small pier, but all of the work that needs to be done, especially through Parks BC, especially from their perspective too, just puts a halt on everything. But that's originally where that number came from.
Can I just ask, has the Area A RDOS been considered in this or not? Okay. Did anybody have? Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Have we talked to the MLA? I would think that she'd be quite interested because she's very outdoors and this is tourism, First Nations, it's parks. She might be quite interested trying to see if she can bang on some doors in Victoria.
Good idea. Go ahead, Councillor Poderica.
Thank you, Richard. I guess it's Jeffrey Davis. On the location, was this proposed more towards like in the where the washrooms and outhouses or change rooms are, or is this more towards the current marina side?
Actually, there were three different areas looked at. And then after we met with Parks BC, what would have been the best area. So we did look at the Acacia Trail as you're coming into the park on the town side as one area, but the water was very shallow and fishing in that area was not at all favorable. Then we looked at the very end of the edge of Haynes Point where it stretched out, but not right to the edge, but on that side. And again, the fishing wasn't favorable. So what they settled on was an area where the weeds are on the south side. And that was a good choice. OIB, Parks BC, and some people who actually do fish there apparently. That was a better area. So that's how that was decided.
Thank you. And I would note that it may not be in town. But it would be town adjacent. And I know originally indicated, I think at Acacia Court there that would have been probably original thought for a connection point. I guess my other question too is, is the accessibility from the current, or let's say, roadway to the pier, and also accessible parking from there? It would be, I'd hate to see us for us to go. I'm just looking at Google Earth here, but for us to go develop something, and we've got that was my concern with the marina, is whether there be accessible parking to access an accessible fishing pier, is ensuring that there's some accessibility for the parking side and the access side down to the pier as part of the project.
Yes, that was definitely discussed with all involved, and they do feel on that side, especially there is overflow parking for the trailers. But again, depending on the time of year, that would be a a possibility right adjacent to the pier itself for parking. But otherwise, it's all flat. It would be a bit of a jaunt, I guess, to go across and up the roadways, but that was the intent for sure. Yeah.
Can I just ask about the boat launch that is also on this property? And it's not in great shape. Has that come up as part of this issue, or is that totally separate? Totally separate. This is just the accessibility part of it. Go ahead. The boat launch has been upgraded? Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So if this is just budgeted towards the design work and basically a feasibility study or and whatnot, would this lock us into also contributing to the future cost of this pier?
That is something that we didn't actually look at, but that might be a loophole for us to look at to say, well, this is, on OIB property and it's their asset to manage, but there could be a possibility of that too, for sure. This also could be just, up for council discussion to say maybe 50,000 is not realistic. And if we wanted to support this, this is going to take, I don't think it's going to break ground next year, but we could put a different amount. It could be anything really, just to say that we support it. If we meet and something happens next year and we have an opportunity for to put something, a draft design or anything in place, it could be half of this amount or even less, just so we have it in place and ready to move forward.
Councillor King, then Councillor Chung.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to leave the 50,000 in there. That's what the committee's been working mentally with as this time. The other concern is always the Parks BC changes staff quite often, and that's where we've been stuck. But in hindsight, OIB and Parks BC does support this initiative. And I think with Councillor Bennett's comment about getting the MLA involved, I think is a real plus.
And then I guess in the discussions, are we taking the lead on this project, or did we bring this to the attention of the OIB and the OIB themselves are directly advocating for this project?
We actually took the lead, and basically had meetings with OIB, and then we got Parks BC involved. So it is definitely something from our perspective to help meet the accessibility needs of people in the community. But yes, it is something that we definitely came up with, or our committee, Councillor King and Mike Stiles, to bring it forward. And it's, I think in looking back, it is a project that would be very welcomed, but there are lots of red tape to decipher through. One really good thing about this, besides the accessibility, is having that partnership with OIB and Parks BC, and as I was going to call her Councillor Keith because that's going around today. It's a good opportunity for grant funding as well, because in those situations, that's a really, really good thing. So.
Agree. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just forward on that, Gerald, the Trails of the Okanagan, we're looking at putting a bridge across just north of Oliver. And basically it's on OIB land, and talking with Chief Louis and the staff, one of the biggest things is if that bridge goes across there, is there a place where their people would be able to go fishing? So that seems like a major thing to them, that if they participate, that there's a place for their people to go fishing like they used to do. So it's a pretty major thing to them.
Is that on the Okanagan River? That's where. the fishing is? Okay. All right, so are we in agreement then that we will leave this particular project in place? Okay, good. Thank you very much. We will now move on to grant application community resiliency investment program.
Yeah, your worship, this is a grant funding, so it's basically an in-out. So we're we're getting grant funding, so it's basically an in-out. It's not costing taxpayers anything, but is a good service that our community is going to receive.
And Fire Smart is what is the sort of lead on this? Is that why we're doing it?
Your worship, I can speak to this briefly. We have made application for a $200,000 Fire Smart grant over the course of 2 years, and it would be primarily to establish a Fire Smart program in Osoyoos.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I guess the question is, if you applied for the 200,000 grant, why do we have 100,000 in the budget?
We've put the 200 over 2 years, so it's 100 for 2026 and then another 100 for 2027.
And what would come out if we received the grant?
It would come out the grant, yes.
Okay, thank you. That one's all right. All right, next is the marine rescue. Is that should we wait for the fire department to,
No,
or they're
well,
not coming?
Your worship, I mean, the fire department budget was already discussed and approved. This is again another grant opportunity whereby fundings, we've applied for a grant, so hopefully we can receive the grant funding and proceed with the project.
Absolutely, that makes sense. So
Maybe
we
it's
will.
almost time for a
Yeah, I
recess,
agree. I was
but-
just about looking at the clock, and I'm wondering if we could recess for 5 or 10 minutes. Go ahead. You're one.
Just with this specific one before recess, it does say that the grant decision will be made in November 2025, and it is December. So was that just estimated before the BCGU strike, or?
No, we haven't heard back on that grant yet. We're expecting to hear any day.
Thank you. Yeah, I noticed that as well. So how do we do this? Do we ask for a recess for 10 minutes and we will resume at 10:47? Okay. Do we have to have a motion on that? Pick two. Thank you.
Water Councillor Appleby, we're just taking a 10-minute break.
Okay, do we need a motion to resume? No, we're good. So we are going to resume our budget discussion, and we're going to go back to the Osoyoos Park Haynes Point accessible pier. And it was moved that we would go with $50,000 but wait until the Osoyoos Indian Band and Parks BC would be able to contribute funds. But we would like to take a vote on this. Vote on this instead?
If I recall correctly, no motion was actually made to accept it.
But that was the question that was asked, and that's what was going to be. But you're quite right.
yeah.
There was no motion.
So someone would need to present a motion to accept this.
All right. Is there somebody who would like to accept it? Councillor King, is there a seconder? Councillor Bennett. So we will call the question. It's been moved and you wanted to speak first? Sure, no problem.
I just wanted to make a comment. I believe the Osoyoos Indian Band should be the leaders with this project, and of course, like I support the project, but as a town, we should just be in an assistance, kind of a backseat role. I believe the OIB should have leadership when it comes to projects involving their own land as well.
Thank you. And I don't feel quite the same way about it, so I'll state my point of view that I think it should be because the town of Osoyoos has been the lead on this project, that we have an obligation to continue as the lead on this project with help from the others. So we certainly have some different points of view, and so I will call the question. All in favor of the motion? Against. So that was Councillor Chong is against that one. Thank you. So we will now go on to real estate and housing. And we have a project costs of $75,000 for this year and 1.6 in preparation for next year. And is there anybody that needs to get any more information on this? We're okay with leaving this one. Thank you very much. We will now go on to the replacement of 4 half-ton pickup trucks. And we will look to Mr. Madsen on this.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, so
what have we missed? The single axle? Okay, sorry, I've got them backed up here in
There's actually-
different orders, so go ahead with that one, whichever one you want first.
Thank you, Mayor. There's actually one before that in the sheet, and it's one thing we'll just talk about. There's a minor miscommunication in my emails. Currently, we have 4 vehicles from the current budget year that are ordered, but we're waiting for delivery, and they were to be carried forward. In my correspondence with Ms. Keith, they got confused with some of the replacement trucks this year. So what you're seeing up on the screen and what's in the package, there's a total of $920,000 in replacements in the package. On the summary screen, it got missed there. So there's $320,000 in the carry forward column in the earlier chart that should be in 2026 budget, if that makes sense. So it'll be one 1-ton replacement truck, 1 single axle dump truck, and 4 pickup trucks. Sorry for the confusion.
It's the replacement 1-ton truck and the replacement single axle dump truck.
Yep.
And the 4 pickup trucks are had already been ordered, and they're nope, they haven't been.
Those are the ones
going
being
in as well.
considered for 2026.
Okay.
So
All right.
I will start with the replacement
Sure.
1-ton truck. This vehicle or the vehicle we're replacing is currently 15 years old. It's one of our sort of main service trucks in the fleet, and is just generally at 15 years is when we start to look at replacing vehicles in our fleet replacement program, and modernize that. The existing truck would be disposed of.
Can I ask, the existing truck could be put out for sale, for tender?
Sorry, that's what I mean for
Yes.
when I say dispose of,
So
not just
thank you. That's
taking
what you
to it.
meant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just surprised that I'm looking at these three vehicles and they're like 15 years old, 27 and 18 years old. And that's amazing because when I see the trucks drive around town, they all look pretty new. So I think people, when we're replacing these trucks, are going, why do you want to replace them? But you keep them in such good shape, they look new. So it's a good job, but it's
Yeah.
hard to get people happy when they look at them. They think that looks brand new still.
Yeah, if you look at some of the service bodies on our utility service trucks, they are starting to, you see some wear and tear there, but what people don't generally see is the what goes on under the hood that our mechanic has to consistently maintain.
So bottom line is we're lucky that we have a good mechanic that has kept them going until this point.
Yes.
So I do think it's important to note the ages of all of these, and I think that's thank you for doing that because that makes quite a difference. Okay, so we're okay. Yes, go ahead.
Just with the single axle dump truck, can it be used for other purposes like removing snow or anything? Can a attachment be put on it?
For the new one?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. We can make sure it's got, like, usually with those sort of things, when you get the plow in the front, you do have to get a heavier front axle just to hold the snow plow. But we can definitely look at those things. Other things that I've done in the past is get a hook lift truck for the body so that you can replace it out between, if you want to have it as a sander on the back or a dump truck or a water tank or a flat deck or whatever, you can sort of get more bang for your buck out of the chassis.
So again, I guess with the 400,000, that give you the capability to add all those options? Like you design what you want or you present what you need?
Yeah, typically you would buy just the chassis with the hook lift body or something.
Oh.
And then in future years, you would just buy a new attachment for the body. So whether that's a flat deck or a water tank or whatnot. And it's a whole lot cheaper to just spend $40,000 on what you need it for rather than a whole chassis that just sits there to do one function.
So right now it's just a dump truck.
Correct.
Ed, Councillor Cha.
Thank you. And these are all these outlined projects are part of our larger fleet management and fleet replacement initiative. I know we've outlined it in the past, but could we have a summary as to why that's important for the financial health of our town?
Certainly. Essentially, to make sure we have a proper fleet replacement program, especially for smaller communities where we don't have the luxury of having a lot of backup vehicles to go out and do the work that we need to do. And a good example would be the even a Vector truck that we've got slated for 2027 that was pre-approved last year. If that breaks down, then you're looking at really expensive hourly costs from bringing in a contractor from out of town. With regards to some of the later vehicles, it's really just to continue performing the day-to-day services that we do in the community every day. And once we go down one or two vehicles, it slows down some of the production that we have there. On the maintenance side, the older the vehicles get, it takes more time and more cost for parts, for maintenance of our mechanic to get these things done. So as vehicles get older over time, it does increase the cost and the time and the downtime of service delivery.
Any other? Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, just one more statement. I know that the replacement versus every 2 years of replacement versus long-term. I know a fellow that works with Peter Brothers Paving, and basically that's a paving company and they replace their trucks every 2 years. And he's full-time, that's what he does. They have like 60 or 70 vehicles in the fleet, and all he does every year is find those vehicles and replace them. So they get the maximum depreciation on them. After 2 years, they flip them and sell them. And tax-wise, it's a major thing. So maybe down the road, that's something that if they're doing that and they're a paving company, that maybe leasing is another option. down the road.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. All right, so we're okay with this? Yes, go ahead.
Mayor, if I could just
Mrs.
ask a question
Wilson.
of clarification, Director Madsen, is there any change that council needs to produce a resolution on from what was in the amount, the net amount is the same?
No, I was just going to comment on that. The net amount, what's coming, being funded out of our reserves is the same. It's just more the classification of what was a carry forward as opposed to a current asset purchase. Being that these are current asset purchases that we're discussing right now, not carry forwards.
Okay. So we're okay with the replacement trucks? All right. So we will go on to parks, irrigation upgrades, parks, trails and green spaces. That's a carryover too, isn't it? So are we doing, no, it says 2024 at the top. That's why I'm asking about it.
Yeah, the original plan for irrigation was slotted over multiple years. And so this is just the current 2026 project allotment.
Okay.
Prior years were completed.
All right, so we're all okay with this one then? We will, hearing no comments, we are going on to Jack Shaw Park fencing. So to install fencing in 2026 to Jack Shaw Park along Kingfisher. Can I ask, is that fencing a continuation of the fencing that is already there in place in parts of that?
Yeah, yes, Mayor, that my understanding is that's to complete the fencing from the corner of Kingfisher and 89th along Kingfisher up to Cactus, just to enclose the park for public safety.
Thank you. Is there some concern about park irrigation heads that will conflict with the fence's location, or will that be dealt with when the new fence is installed?
We will deal with that when we pick a route for the new fencing. If any heads need to be moved, then our crew will do that at the time of.
And
installation.
this project can be done in-house? Great.
The irrigation, yes. The fencing, no.
Oh, okay. You will hire somebody to do the fencing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? And yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Richard, through you, Director Manson. Just clarifying, sorry, I kind of dismissed your comment there. That's going to take it from the corner of Kingfisher, I guess, towards Cactus Center. So it's still, the south side would still, or the north side, sorry, would be accessible, like with the parking area, and then out towards the transformer and the childcare center.
Correct.
All right. We will go on to Splash Park rubber matting replacement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The splash park, since it was installed in 2013, which is in its 12th year this year.
Can't believe it's been that long.
13th. lucky 13th next year. The surface on this each year, Tyler's crew, when they clean it off, they notice that it's actually getting worn down to the cement, and it's starting to peel off. So what would happen is a contractor would come in and clean up the surface and then reapply a new coating on top of this. And this is the quote that we got, was in that vicinity of $60,000. When we first did this as part of the project, there were 2 grants available, the BC Tire Stewardship Program, which paid 50%, and then the Cal Tire program paid the other 50%. So we had 100% funding on the rubber surface, which we didn't have at the beginning because we opened it without it. And it does make a big difference. This is a little bit different than what you would put on a playground because it's not technically for false surfacing. The false surfacing at a playground would be much thicker, so it can absorb somebody who drops from a height type of thing. This is just a very thin coating that goes on the top, and it's just troweled on.
So it's a good, I'm assuming it's a good way to use old tires. Is that what they do? Grind up old tires and use it on there? Oh, good, good idea.
Okay,
Counselor
thank you,
Kane?
Madam Mayor. Is it got kind of a grit on it or is it very slippery or do you know?
Oh, it's not slippery. That's the purpose of it, to keep it's like good footing for people on there, and what's there right now is exactly that. So yeah.
Just to add on, I was very happy to see this move forward as the father of a toddler who has fallen double digits times on this surface. Not saying it's anyone's fault. My daughter's also clumsy, but there is grass going through it, and it's this is going to be a welcome positive for that park.
Good. So we're okay with this particular issue. All right. We will now go on to planning, update subdivision and servicing bylaw. Am I correct on this? That's what it says on the screen. That's why I'm looking at this.
Thank you, Your
Mrs.
Worship.
Coulson?
My understanding is that this amount is to continue our work on the subdivision and servicing bylaw, and specifically it would be to update the technical standards that are attached to that bylaw.
Anybody have any concerns on this one? All right, thank you. Do we have any more on there? Okay, so, all right, so we're now on to roads. Active transportation network improvements. Is that you, Mr. Madsen? Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. The active transportation network improvements, that comes from a study, active transportation network study that was previously completed. It's one of the projects that I couldn't get to this year, just with the other workload and trying to get caught up. So what we've done here is, this is sort of an annual program that's in the budget to make improvements over time. And I believe this particular one, because I'm just looking at the 2024 budget sheet, that where it says 75,000. So I'm not, sorry, my mistake. I'm trying to remember where we got to 200 on that.
200 was the original project.
That's a
plan,
different project.
And then it had this one combined with it.
It's this one.
Yeah.
So we might have the wrong.
But I think this one is still ongoing.
Yes, that's the asset management plan though.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a different one. So I think this one in particular, and we'll have to confirm, is supposed to be $75,000 annually for the active transportation network improvements. The 200,000 is referring to our transportation master plan project. If I remember.
Yes, because this one, date on it is 2024. So we've obviously okayed this one before.
Sorry, I think my mistake on this one again. I believe that what we did is we rolled forward the monies not spent in 2025 into 2026, and that's what's comprising the $200,000 right now for 2026 money.
Correct. Okay, so it's now 200,000 and not 75 like it's in here. All right. So and I don't see that on any one of the sheets here, so that's why I'm asking about it. So that's a different amount than was presented on here. So we're looking now at 200,000, which comprises some of the past monies that hasn't been spent. All right, and what does that include? Does it include all the projects that we have in here, or can you explain that further? Can somebody?
I honestly have not gone through the active transportation network study yet, so I
Okay.
couldn't tell you what projects are in there. And I don't know what was put forward at the time.
Mr. Risling, can you, or can we come back to this one? I'm not sure we should be going ahead with this if we're not quite sure what it entails.
so this was 2024.
Yeah.
Correct. And so there was, I think, is it $4 or $7 million in projects that were highlighted? 4
What's the total?
4 million.
4 million?
So there was $4 million in projects that were originally identified, and that amount was set aside to make some of those improvements annually.
All right, so this is a long-range plan then? Okay, so have we still got the 75,000 that we started with in 2024, and we're just carrying some of that over and adding to it each year? So the 200,000 is up to 2026, or does it go further?
My understanding is it just includes up to 2026, starting in 2027. Going forward, there's an allocated amount for recommendations from the plan.
Okay, Councillor King?
Mayor, I guess just for clarity, you mentioned that 75,000 is carried forward. So shouldn't we just be asking for 125 instead of 200?
Yes, I think that is a suggestion that can be brought forward, not knowing exactly where it applies to, but yes, absolutely.
Anybody else have any questions about this? So are you suggesting that?
I suggested make it back to 125 if we got 75 to carry forward.
And if some is needed, we can do an amendment to the budget if it was needed later on? Is that a possibility, or how do we deal with it if it?
Correct, yep.
Okay. All right, so your recommendation then is you making a motion? 125, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Bennett, are there any other questions about this? All right, I'll call a question. All in favor? Thank you. Against? No. I know. I agree. So it's okay. And I think that because we're not quite sure, that to me, this makes sense that we could come back later. And if there was a need for additional, we could certainly look at that as a budget amendment. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. No, well, we've already voted on it, but do you want to go ahead? Sure.
Just trying to wrap my thoughts around this, and I was thinking about this prior to the vote, and then the vote was called. Part of this is making sure that we're funded for active transportation projects moving forward as we have these other projects lined. A second good example, that 89th, I think, has a component of that. We have a lot of small, part of our issue in the past was we have a lot of small, or we have a number of active transport improvements that happen. There is, of course, some grant opportunity available. We were starting with nothing to match with of anything coming forward, and I think it was to try to help build that up and then be prepared for that. That when those projects came forward, there's an opportunity for us to take advantage of them. Trying to find something with 20,000 or 50,000 obviously wasn't going to get us there when we're talking those larger projects. And I think that was the intention of these active transport network improvements, and that's why the funding was put in place as it is. Correct.
And maybe my comment. So thank you for doing that. I mean, the other issue was active transportation. There's a lot of grants, and we can get up to 70% funding. And so having that funding there gives us 30 dollars for the $4 million in projects that are on the books. So having funding there, I can tell you we did receive an update from the province. They have, for the first year in numerous years, delayed that application process on active transportation. They're reconsidering a lot of grants. We're still hopeful that maybe they'll bring it forward, but at this point it's paused. But I think having that funding there to leverage that grant opportunity is critical to start meeting some of the project identified in the active transportation master plan.
So just for clarification, because there are two separate plans. There is the active transportation master plan where we outline and prioritize, I believe, 4 or 5 different routes. 89th was one of them, as it was arterial. And then there was a fault in terms of I remember bike lanes, and then there's different cost-effective ways of creating them. Either we create a dedicated bike lane, or we can just use painting or different types of dividers. And if I recall correctly, we decided on the cheaper options that were still effective and mainly painting, because we didn't have the funding available for the more prettier versions. Now, is this more the asset management side of transportation, as more so on like taking stock of sidewalk quality and the service life of that active transport piece? Or because the previous plan was more so identifying just the active network, which we then created? So these are two different, I guess, in the Venn diagram, they're kind of overlapping. So I think a little bit of clarification would do well, because if we did budget aside 75 grand every year, I believe that was for the improvements that we as council agreed upon, which largely was painting. And I don't think, I believe Director Brownstein at the time, we didn't have the staffing ability to move on some of these projects, and those were carried forward, but I could be mistaken as well. So is this more the asset management side, or is this the active transport network side?
If I may, that would be the latter, active transportation improvements, the upgrades. Anything that comes out of the asset management plan for transportation, which will include sidewalks, that would come forward in future years once we have that study done in the spring.
So to clarify, the 200,000 is for the study of the asset management.
No, the 200, sorry, the asset management plan, sorry, the one sheet here that says asset management plan, that is a project that's currently underway, started in 2025, where we've hired Urban Systems to do a review of all of our pavement condition, sidewalk condition, traffic improvements in town. That's independent of active transportation, which is around the biking and multimodal type
Yes.
ways of going around. The 200,000, that is the multi-year, the 75 plus 125 that we just did. That is for improvements or upgrades to, as you said, paint on the ground for bike lanes, or improving walkways or bike paths and stuff like that, so that people can get around with other means of transportation.
Okay. Because the order we have in our package, the asset management master plan transportation, 200,000.
We have that motion has been passed. I think that there's some concerns about this. I would recommend that, because it's passed, that we would look at this. There is an option, I believe, for
Your worship,
yes.
I'm wondering if we could just maybe go on to the next item, give administration a little opportunity just to look
get
at this a
this
little deeper.
Yeah, it is a little confusing, and I think
Okay.
that yeah, I would appreciate that. Either that, or we could go with what this is, and if needed, I believe the mayor has the option of coming back at the next meeting and bringing it up, or is that not the case at this point?
Yes, for the next month, the mayor can, but with council's approval, you can reconsider this at a later time, keeping in mind that we do have to wrap up the budget
Absolutely.
discussions.
So I agree. If there is something that's needed, that's why I asked the question, could it be brought back and look at this as a late item at some point in the future. And I'm sorry, it is a bit confusing because we've got different things in different books and pages. So we have passed that. I think we will allow staff to look at this and come back. We'll go on with the next, unless you had a concern.
That's 75,000 carry forward was for active transportation network improvements, not for the asset management plan itself.
Yes,
And-
that's correct.
and I
How the-
agree that-
Yeah, how the description reads on here, it is, and I think it is relating back to identifying those bike paths and using the paint option as you were speaking of.
So the carry forward of the 75 grand should not be in relation with the asset management plan
Well,
itself.
this
So the
partic-
motion that was made was was not exact, it was an error.
The
that's what
asset
I'm
management
saying.
and master plan transportation that's here has 2024 at the top of it. So, and obviously it was, which is why we're a little confused.
If I may, sorry.
Yeah.
The asset management transportation one, that's not this one. So I just want to be clear on that. That project is already underway. We've already committed the funds. So let's,
Right?
that was started in 2025 because it was in the 2025 budget. That's all carry forward. And it was 240 and we've got 200 left in 2020 going and carrying forward into 2026. What this one was the $75,000 that was in last year's plus 125 rolled into one. So it was, or as far as I understand it, it was 125,000 in 2026 in last year's budget that we've combined together. Cause I did not touch, all we did was carry forward the 75 from last year. Cause I was unable to touch this project in 2025.
So 2025 had 75,000 being rolled over and 2026 has 125,000.
From last year's budget presentation.
All right, so that's quite different than I think what we voted on. Can we, what is the procedure if
I would
we wish to
suggest-
change something?
Your worship, because of the confusion right now, I would suggest it might be cleanest to rescind the vote that you just took on
And-
reducing it to 125, get some clarification from staff, and then revisit this issue later in today's agenda.
Councillor King and Councillor Bennett, you've moved and seconded that. Would you be in agreement with doing that and rescinding the motion and bringing it back later when we have more information? No. You would? So now what do? We've got one said yes and one said no.
Councillor Bennett can move the rescindment motion.
And is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Chong. Go ahead.
Do you have time to bring it back after lunch?
Yes, that's what we're going to try to do, is to try
We're going
to
to try to
to
do
wrap
it. Do
it
you
up.
actually have time to do it?
So all I can tell you right now is that we're going to be looking at this and we have a break. So
Okay.
I don't want to commit on something until we can actually get back. That would absolutely be our goal. We want to pass this budget and provide you with as much information as possible. And I think we can.
The reduction to 120.
So it's been moved and seconded that the motion that was passed would be rescinded. All in favor? Thank you. Against? Thank you very much. Understandable, and I'm sorry, that's pretty confusing, so we will deal with it later. We will now go on to the 89th Street reconstruction. That's where we are. Is that, who's that? Is that Mr. Mattson? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So as this was also a project that was allocated in 2026 in previous years for our last year's budget as well. So this project is the replacement of the road surface, the base, and the water main, going for all the water mains under the water budget, but basically from 78th all the way down to Kingfisher. And that includes the full cross section of the road, including some active transportation infrastructure, that, not to confuse matters again.
So it's basically three projects, three parts of this that are being put together
Yes,
with a total cost of 2.1. Am I correct?
correct.
It has a
2.6.
2.6 on the page in here. It has 2.1, but it's obviously been updated, right?
Yep, for inflation.
Right. All right.
Question?
We identified this a couple of years ago as being a high priority, all three of them, but I will turn it over to Councillor King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I support this. You got kind of ABC. So is that the order you would kind of start, or you kind of do it all at once? Like, because it kind of go north of Main first, or Highway 3 first and then south?
Generally speaking, when we put out a tender, it would be for the full scope of the project. Our consultants broke it into three parts in case council in the past wanted to spread that over multiple years. But because we had it all in 1 year, we just consolidated into one project, which makes more sense. So we don't typically tell, once we've selected a contractor to do the work, we wouldn't tell them where to start or how to do that work. So if they chose to start on 78th to the highway first and get that done, that's kind of up to them, and or if they wanted to do the whole thing. We try to stay away from telling them how to do their work, because if they incur or losses, then we could be on the hook for that.
So the contractor then would be hired to do all three
Correct.
portions. Okay.
Question. So I guess a contractor could actually see what we pass at budget and bid way high of what we budget, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Let's hope not. Okay, so this one is okay. We will leave it the way it is at 2.6. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Just as an additional comment, this project is a great example of us combining multiple projects into one to A, create an economy of scale so we can get more competitive bids, and B, cost savings. So instead of having to dig up the road and then replace a pipe and then dig up the road, if I recall correctly, this road is also close to end of service life. So we're trying to use our dollars and maximize our dollars as best as possible. And this, I just wanted to highlight that fact, especially since, the main requires upsizing. We're able to have a shovel-ready project, maybe get some grants, who knows? But I really support this one.
And I agree, and I think likely every project that we do we will look at water, sewer, pavement, curbs, that type of thing when we do the project for sure. Okay, thank you very much. And next is the Torrey Pines Storm Project.
Thank you, Mayor. So this project is to reroute a portion of storm main that is currently running through a 3802 Torrey Pines Drive. Somehow there was back when the subdivision went in, I believe where the storm main went through and the easement went through were in two different locations. So this whole project is to fix it so it's actually going through the proper location that we actually have rights to maintain it.
My recollection is that when some of those homes were built up there was an underground stream that caused a fair amount of damage, and that's been dealt with in the last 10 years anyway, because yeah, it's unfortunate that that happened, but this is just another sort of casualty of it. Do we have any idea if there are any other properties that may have the similar problem? Or is it, how did we find out about this?
I'm not sure how we found out about it. CEO originally might have a little bit of background on that, but maybe not. One of the projects we have in our operating budget is to do some smoke testing in that area, and that will sort of help us locate where the storm mains are going, and then we can compare that against what easements that the town has over these properties.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that that the water meters that are put in may show anomalies in this concern up there as well. Let's hope not, but it's a possibility, I guess, eh? Because those have all been redone in those homes up there. The new water meters have been put in. Apparently it was a fairly easy fix for most of them. Am I correct? Do we know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know, Mr. Resling?
Yeah, I think this pipe is a little different than the water infrastructure. So we've got lots of, to your point, we have lots of utility right away, some for water, some for sewer, some are combined, some are for everything. And so, yeah, there are some issues out there with some of the utilities and some of the right of ways. This was one that was utilized for drainage and came up when a parcel was being developed on and some digging occurred and there was a pipe And so this is just basically repairing that pipe. And 2 years down the road, there is, as Director Madsen's indicated, they do a smoke test to actually find out exactly where the pipe is, and if there's additional adjustments that are required in the future, they will be brought forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So is anybody, we're okay with this project? All right, we will move on to the street lighting LED conversion.
Thank you, Mayor. So the town has about approximately $225,000 remaining in our local government climate action program funding. As it has in the report, the funding is aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions and prepares towns across BC for the changing climate. There is a deadline to spend that money by the end of 2027. Staff met as a group to figure out some option or look at some options to do this, and we decided to get moving or recommend moving on converting the remaining or as many of our streetlights that are not LED over to LED streetlights in 2026.
And does this include any lights anywhere in town on roadways or, yeah?
Sorry, this would be the streetlights on roadways. So
Okay,
it would only be the ones that are on the metal poles owned by the town.
okay. All right, thank you.
Just clarity.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam. You mentioned you have 225 going forward and now you're asking for another 225?
No,
So why is this in the budget?
it wasn't in the budget previously.
Oh, okay.
So this is to spend the remaining grant fund or monies that we have from grants.
But it kind of adds on the total of this year's budget sitting there.
The grant funding was provided to us by the province and it was given to us for a multi-year. So we just received it in 2025 to be applied for 2026 and 2027 projects.
I get that. It sounds like a grant to me, so why would we have it in our budget if we already have the money sidebar?
We still have to identify the projects, and then in addition to this is where we would identify how they're being funded. In this case, it is 100% grant funding, as is the Fire Smart program as well. So this is just to identify the projects. We still have to show, according to our accounting as well, when that grant money comes in, it comes in as revenues, and it goes out through the expense towards a project.
And why doesn't it show us come in as a grant instead of a capital project?
The project itself will be capital. The funding is grant, and we do show it later on in the report as part of our funding. It was funded through grant.
Thank you. So those are all, oh, sorry, we're going to RMI, and I don't think we have that information in this package. Am I correct?
There is an RMI report that was included in the package. It's at the, it was in the package from last week's budget.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Islam?
So through your worship, as you're aware, we've just completed our resort strategy and submitted it to the province about 2 or 3 months ago.
yes.
And so that strategy was approved. And so along with the items, so for transparency purposes, we include it in the budget process so that it's approved with the other projects. But again, the strategy has already been submitted to the province and approved.
Good.
And we're to move as quickly as possible and some of these opportunities to have them constructed as soon as we possibly can. If there is funding left over from various projects, administration will come forward to make amendments along the way. But this is just regurgitating what council approved, I think 3 months ago, as well as the province.
Okay, thank you. So can I jump back on, there is the South Okanagan Conservation Fund, which I know that we made a motion to have it considered in conjunction with the budget. Can I just ask for clarification on that? We don't know how much money that will be quite yet, but what we would do is send this request to the regional district, who would then add it on to our regional district requisition that we send to them. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
And once the budget is passed, then that information will be sent to the RDOS to include? for next year,
For
not for this.
2027,
Yeah.
correct? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody, I just had that star, does anybody have anything else that they wanted to, somewhere along we need to look at, is it, I think, changing the RMI? The request, or have we already done that, where we looked at the projects that we've agreed to, that we wanted this year, that have been accepted, so it's complete? We don't have to do anything with those, it's already been done and handled. Okay. It changes quite often, so that's why I'm asking about that. Or, Mrs. Keith, is there something you wanted to say about her, how?
Yeah, so, well, maybe I'll just add, like, so, yeah, when we went forward with the strategy, we came up with estimates on what the projects actually cost. As when go forward with various projects, some might be a little bit over, some might be a little bit under, and so we have that bucket of money there to deliver on these projects. If at the end we have a lot of money left, we'll definitely come forward to council and say, gee, we have this, what is another priority? So at this stage, we're kind of concluding the prior year strategy and entering into the new strategy. And so we're just trying to get some of these projects out so that we know what the funding is. So this is basically just illustrating the projects that we're going to be completing, hopefully within the next year, and what's planned for the next 3 years.
Okay,
Help.
so is there anything else that we need to, and concerning RMI funds? No, we're good? Go ahead, well, one of you go.
Fine. Because I know the question is going to come up. With the accessible year-round bathroom, you're looking at like 680 something. What is the current progress on that project, and in terms of the costing of it? I mean, you could build a single family house for that amount. So why is a year-round bathroom so like priced at such a high level?
Can I jump in and say that the last bathroom that we built down at Legion Beach cost $700,000. So this doesn't surprise me, but please go ahead.
No, that is correct, Your Worship. We're hoping that it's going to come in less, just because there is some there is services already. We can potentially use the existing cement foundation. So we're hopeful that that's going to be a good news story that will provide some funding for an additional project. So and the LED signs looking like it might be a little bit underfunded potentially on what occurs. So there might be some trade-offs here. That absolutely, again, be a good news story if we can supply something that's needed by the community that comes in under. We've got a lot of other pressures, and this group did a lot of work and identified a ton of other projects that they would like to have seen recommended to council, including the pocket parks, additional signature events. So there was a whole list of additional items that could come forward if we have some additional money there.
And then my follow-up concern too is a lot of this money needs to be spent by a certain date. And with the process of procuring materials and even planning everything out, if we end up with, knock on wood, if the project comes under budget significantly and we're left this large lump sum of money, do we have other shovel-ready projects out we can spend this money like quickly? Because I don't want to lose free money.
Through Your Worship, definitely we have the same concern on the RMI funding. I think the deadline's March 2027. One of the good things is on the washroom specifically, it's on 2 different strategies. So part of the washroom is funded from our 22 to 24 strategy and our 25 to 27. So the good news is, we'll spend the 22 to 24 money first, and if we have extra money, it goes into that. We'll have the money in the next 3 years. So as long as we utilize the funding that was that's carry forward from the 22 to 24, we're okay. And we'll actually have a year or two at the end of this strategy to spend any remaining fundings. Makes sense? So you're 100% right. The concern is spending 22 to 24. We do that no matter what. And hopefully if it comes under budget, that under budget will be in the 25 to 27 cycle.
So it has to be spent by March or organized by March? Is that the?
Has to be
some
spent
of
by
it?
March 2027.
Oh,
the 22 to
2027, okay.
24 strategy.
Okay, thank you. You had something?
Oh, I was just going to add the 2022 to 2024 is by this March because we got that extension, correct? And then at the end of 2027, we still have an extended amount of time to get those projects, the full strategy complete. It's not right on, I don't think it's just March of 2027.
The 22 to 24 strategy, all projects and funding have to be completed by March 2027. The 25 to 27 strategy will likely have a deadline of 28, likely, unless they change. Is that?
Thanks. I thought it was 2026 as well, so that's why I asked. No.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just my head spinning on RMI, just because that seems to be what we've been dealing with the last year. Confirming note too is on realizing that we did have some unspent money this year. Were able to identify some projects mid-year, I think for 2020 that are part of this 2025 carry forward that we're allowing us to move forward, so we can use up those funds in a sooner period of time, so we aren't running into the issue of forfeiting money back to the province, and we can actually get some more projects completed and ahead of schedule and kind of get ourselves caught up in the RMI. So realizing a lot of these 2025 carry forward projects really are fairly newer projects for us, but they're taking advantage of the available funds that we have remaining from the previous intake, and supportive of that, and the fact that yeah, hopefully 2026 we're going to see a lot of RMI funded projects moving forward. It's going to look like a busy year as we include these 2025 carry forward projects. So some exciting front on that. We're fortunate that we have the RMI funding. That not every, I think a lot of municipalities would love to have that access, but it's great, and it's a great resource to community to provide those services that would otherwise be funded through taxation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, my assumption is we're now finished with the 5-year financial plan, and we have something for this afternoon that's going to come back. Is that correct? And so my suggestion is should we go through the bylaws now before lunch, or wait till after because we need to contact the water counselors? All right. So do we have anything more before we break for lunch? Go ahead, please.
We have 2 other items that were added to the report from last week that I think we should talk to. The one being both relating to the airport. One being a request put forward for a hydro pole, and the other one put forward for reserve funding, where we do a contribution into a reserve for the airport for future grant matching. Both reports were put to that to the report. I don't have the page number, sorry, of the when it was put in.
Appendix E is the hydro pole, and then the next page. Now, I took my pages out of my report from last year. It was page 97 of 174, but it was fairly close to the beginning of this report. Did everybody find it? Okay. So the ODES is asking for $2,800 to install a hydro pole with 120-volt power supply. And the next report is that it's a $10,000 contribution that's done usually on an annual basis, or it has been considered. Is it possible to use to fund the 2,800 out of the 10,000? I'm asking, I don't know.
So maybe I'll just give some background history. So as council's aware, for the last few years, we've been looking at the potential of a management agreement with ODES that went forward to council over the past year. And council has approved the potential of this management agreement. We still have a couple pieces to fine tune with regards to insurance, et cetera, but it's well on its way. What's also been funded over the past couple of years by ODES is an airport master plan. That master plan came forward to council a few months ago and went for public consultation and was also approved. So the intent here is that ODES will be taking over the management of the airport with some assistance from the town to still do some of the maintenance work on their behalf, but that's because we have the equipment to do it, but they're going to be taking over the management. As part of the process, they've always indicated that they may require some additional support from the town. And so these are two different pieces that have been talked about. As part of the overall ODES plan, they've always indicated that in order for them to move forward, that they're going to require grant funding to do some of the things that they want to do. And we know that when there's grant funding, it's very, very, almost never that it's 100%. Usually in these types of grant opportunities where you're building some form of infrastructure, it's usually a 60-40, 70-30, 80-20 type of a split. And therefore ODES has asked that, in past years, they've asked the town to actually support that kind of privately funded piece to match the grant. And the town has complied with that to do that kind of matching funding. So anticipating that they are going to be applying for grants, and in all likelihood, at least at this point, they don't have a ton of funding out there. They are likely going to be coming forward to the town to do some of that grant matching. We have no idea when those grants will come available. We don't know what type of a split it will be. We don't know, if next project will be $300,000 or $400,000, and we'll have to match 10% or like contribute 10%, 20%. Establishing an ongoing allocation to this potential reserve piece for future grants is a way to enable, I guess, some financial sustainability or stability within the town, but it also provides ODES with some certainty as to knowing that they'll have some matching grant funds. So when grant opportunities come available, it's likely easier for them to access that money. And so the $10,000 intended to be ongoing to help assist, complement, match some of the grant funding opportunities that may come available. So it's kind of one of those things that you're putting in money now, might not be 10,000 each year, might not be used for 5 years, but then we have the ability to tap in if need be. The next one is really just a capital improvement. They've indicated that there might be a benefit to actually put a telephone pole with a light and camera on it, and so that's a separate item that isn't included in the budget. So back to the grant piece, that was embedded into the base of the budget. So if council didn't support that grant matching funding, that could be removed from the budget. On the pole, that was not included in the base budget. This administration felt that past practice has been that the town has supported grant applications, and therefore, 10-cent dollars or like 3-for-1 dollars is a pretty good deal. So we've supported that. On the capital side, I think the town has numerous, countless projects that we could, that we could use additional funding for, and therefore felt that, any request that comes forward from ODES with regards to, even no matter how small, should come through council if they're requesting money on our behalf. If they raise funds through bake sales or jamborees or whatever it is, that's different. Then they can do improvements. Any improvements that they do to the lot still have to come to council, but it would be their own funding, so it'd be probably a lot easier decision for council. Does that help?
Thank you, but I think there's a few questions. Councillor King, then Councillor
I'll just
Bennett.
deal with the 2,800 first. That sounds like just a pole to put a light on it, or thinking of the future, if they put some Quonset huts over there or whatever, they'll need more power, so why wouldn't they bring in like 220 instead of 110? Thinking forward.
So part of the issue with allowing Odes to actually take over the management of the airport, that's one of the things that they should be figuring out. And so I think being in that transition period, they knew we were coming forward with the budget, so it was just it was a fairly quick submission.
Well, I guess I support it, but I think in the bigger picture, they're gonna need more power down the road. So would we be wasting money putting this in and then coming back and need more power? Your opinion?
I don't believe so. They've indicated that the power source where they're planning on putting the pole is very close to what they see as an electrical box there, so they think it's an easy tie-in. The town has done no research whatsoever to actually see what that cost would be or anything like that. But I completely agree with you. If there is going to be development that occurs there, a lot more power than that small little cable from the electrical box just on the outside of the boundary will be required.
And this would be Fortis putting in the pole? No idea.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess 2 points here. First off, power needs for any future phases has been planned as part of the airport master plan that was prepared by True. And with the consideration of that in the current and existing servicing that runs along, I think it's Empire. One benefit I think to this one here with regards to access to having a video feed is traditionally, and as we see, especially with those because of its location, unfortunately in the summer when wildfires break out, we become the smoke and noggin. And Osoyoos Real Time is a very popular hashtag in social media as to what current conditions really are. And I think having that visual, especially from where it is at in terms of the view, we know we have some beach ones, and as you look at it, there is a difference in change of smoke between whether down towards the lake versus further up above there. I think would provide a good impact for those who are traveling or visiting or making that decision whether or not they're going to actually come on the weekend and change their plans as a result of wildfire smoke. I think that video feed would provide a significant benefit. I know for those that do have webcams, Watermark, Safari Beach, I believe, in Destination Osoyoos is actually one of their most common threads, especially during those times, because visitors are looking, and as well as media is looking to see what's the current conditions actually versus what's being reported in media. So,
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilman Poderica. When I look at this, there's 2,500. That doesn't do much for electrical, but there are a couple guys that are on the committee that are electricians that could probably take that 2,500 and put in $10,000 worth of equipment and go up to 220 by doing any wholesale and volunteering to do it. So I think that's possible. I also think that the 10,000 to start with, I think we should go 20,000, then 10,000 a year. Because 20,000 on a grant, if they get a grant application this year, 10,000, they're not gonna be able to do anything with it. So at least put 20,000 in that grant reserve, then they can get a bigger grant and then do something with it. Because the 10,000, they're gonna have to wait a year or two before that's enough money to really get any money against $100,000 grant or 60,000 if it's 10%. That's it. That's just my thoughts.
I'm going to jump in. I do remember we talked about this at length when we talked about the airport and Odes, and we agreed that a 10,000 grant on a yearly basis was a starting point for them. So I'm not in agreement now to putting it up higher. That's just my point of view. Councillor King.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess just clarification, I got no problem supporting the 10,000, but if I heard it correctly, they could still come to us for more money if they find a big grant.
Your Worship, that could occur.
Well, I don't know if you're aware, there's an opportunity up to $1 million for airport improvements over the next month.
I think that's a little steep at the moment, but I get it. This is what we had agreed on. This is what's in the budget. So, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm looking here, it says 10,000 per year ongoing contribution for potential grants. Is this for the operation or is this for a grant? I take this, it's different than the 10,000 for the operations. This says to me, 10,000 per year town contribution for potential grants. So to me, this is an extra $10,000 or $20,000 being put away in a kitty in case a grant comes. But if we give them 10,000 for a grant and we're going to charge them 8,000 to look after the airport, we're giving them 2,000. So let's be transparent, whatever it is. I'm getting confused.
Go ahead, Councillor Poderica.
Or you can answer that first at all.
Okay, yes, so this is intended to be set aside, and if Odes is successful on a grant to, you know, put in a fuel station or add a washroom or some other capital improvement, this would be funding that would be accessible to them that they could request the town for grant matching funding. So we wouldn't actually give it to Odes until they were successful on a grant. It's just our ability to have some funding here that would be available to actually give to them if you so chose to do, rather than dipping into some other reserve that we don't have.
I'm sorry, the other 10,000 we're giving towards operation is totally separate from this 10,000.
That's correct.
That's where it's confusing.
So it's actually going to operate. So thanks for bringing that up. It's basically we're providing so many services for Odes. So what that means is we go out there once or twice a year and clean the runway. We change the sock. We remove snow. And so we have a list of services that somewhat equate to this number. And so we've indicated to them, we're doing these 5 things. If you want additional services like street sweeping or runway sweeping an extra 3 or 4 times a year, they're going to have to pay the town X dollars per hour, which is our cost, if they want that additional service. So it's kind of a gifting kind, or no, we're providing a service in kind, absorbing the dollars. So we're not issuing them a check for $10,000 and then them paying us back every time we go in street sweep. That makes sense?
So when I'm reading this, that's what I said, increasing this to 20,000, it's not giving it 20,000 for his operation of the airport. It's 20,000 go in case a grant comes up. So if we put 10,000 in there and it's a $100,000 grant, they gotta come up with 10%, they're okay, but they can have come 20%, they're still gonna come back 20. So I think at least 20,000, that gives them an opportunity up to 100,000 rather than $50,000 grant. That's all I was saying.
Thank you, Bishop. Yeah, first off, I'm noting that this is reserve and it allows it to build up for them. Some of the funds, I know traditionally in the past, when Odes has known that there's some really good, there's a really good opportunity for grants, and they fortunately have some very good contacts and those who have been providing them grants in the past. One of their hiccups in the past was obviously scrambling to secure funds. And in the past, that may have meant private dollars being put in there at least to help to get them going. I know OCU contributed to a number of their projects just because there was no other funding means available to them to assist them and get them going. And I think that's why, you know, during our conversations with them was proposing that 10,000 figure where you'll let it build up if you want to build up, unless there was something smaller. But if you know you've got a bigger ticket purchase down the road is or grant opportunity down the road, there is being ready and being prepared, so that concern or headache, at least in the smaller numbers, you know, if we were looking for 10%, let's say, on 100,000 or 200,000 versus 10% of $2 or $3 million, that there is, you know, that first initial concern. There's a bit of stress relief there for the fact that they can be better focused on applying for the grant and going that, knowing that there is some money there to help support those functions. And appreciative of the you know, consideration for the increase, at least to get things going there and at least get them going and starting up there. I'm sure they've got a number of projects that they love to pursue, and realizing that there's a reserve in place that would allow that grant funding to be in place, or for when those grants do become available, especially those ones where they know that there's some pretty good, whether it's directly an aviation related grant, which I think was where the last one they were fairly successful with, just because there wasn't the applicants, there wasn't as many applicants It was underutilized, so there was some additional funds available. And I think in the past, if even had somewhere after the grant funding was spent, there was still funds available that actually would just provide them over and above because the funding for the grant program was provided, but there just wasn't the applicant interest otherwise. So allow them to add a few more things that they wouldn't otherwise do. Noting that also that majority, if not all, the improvements that have been made there, aside from the initial servicing of the Empire Street, was has pretty much all been funded through grants.
Go ahead.
Last time, thank you, Member. I support both of these. Just my question, was there any paperwork received on how they come up with the 2,800 number?
Through your worship, we received an email with some rough estimates of costs on the associated pieces.
So what we're looking at is if we're okay with both of these items, we will then move on. Or you do not need do you need a motion on both of these?
We do need a motion for the poll. The poll was not included in the base of the
All right.
budget, so the poll would be in addition to the overall budget.
The 10,000 though was already agreed to. Okay. Yes.
Administration took the liberty of including that in the proposed budget. We did not do the same for the poll. So the poll would need to be a motion to actually add into the budget.
All right, let's deal with that one first. Is there someone who would like to make a motion to the airport hydro pole for 2,800? Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I'll call a question. All in favor? Thank you. And we're okay with the other, or Councillor Bennett, have you made a motion to increase it to 20 or not?
Sure, I'll make that motion to increase to 20 and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Potterica is seconding that. Are there any other concerns? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. With grant funding for small airports, and Council Potterica can correct me if I'm wrong, but the percentage covered for projects could be anywhere from 75 to sometimes 100%. Even if we build this reserve, if we're looking at a fairly high ticket item project, it's still going to be a drop in the bucket. So would it be a wiser approach for ODES to present to council when a grant application is, or the intent of a grant application is to be submitted, and then we can then have a conversation as to, and in that time, do we then want to match that? Because 10,000, even if it is 20,000, and for the cost of building infrastructure, I mean, it seems like it shows our intent to support, but I don't know how constructive these dollars would really be in a reserve fund.
It seems to me that we've been asked for this amount of money a couple of times over the last 10 or 15 years, and it was always for 10,000. And I believe that was what they were able to use at the time. I'm quite comfortable with leaving it at 10,000 that goes in on an annual basis. And if they did require more money, then I think they need to come back and ask council. But we have a motion on the floor. Did you want to speak to it? Go ahead. Yeah.
Councillor Chung's point, I think my only concern of having them come back is noting the time frame for them to come forward to council, request to come forward to council, present to council, council making a decision, and if there's a budget amendment that needs to come in place, that taking place in the context of the time of their application window. I would normally assume that would be about 6 to 8 weeks, perhaps. I don't know if administration can clarify, but my only concern is the tightness of that in order for them to go, and that being the hinge point of them pursuing the application. Just noting the time frame for them to present to council, and council providing, making the amendment and the changes that are required to the financial plan in order for us to move forward. That'd be my only concern with having it set up as worded, where council would come back and hear the request for those additional increase of funds.
Well, as a counterpoint, if let's say a grant funding opportunity does come next year, there's only 10,000 in that fund. So the project ask they could be the biggest amount they could ask for is 20 grand if the grant only funds 50%. So if they want matching funds for a larger project, they're gonna have to come back regardless.
So on the other hand, we may not need to put 10,000 into a fund for them if it's not going to be accepted and it's not acceptable. Maybe we don't put anything in there and we wait for them to come back and ask for money for a grant, if they're applying for a grant. I don't know how much, 10, 20, 50? I'm not sure. To me, it's a lot of money. And when I heard the application and the whole presentation by Steve Underwood, I found it was quite pricey, and I think that I'm not really in favor of supporting a lot of these things, and that's me, and that I've been involved with quite a while. But I'm fine if we don't go through with it at all and wait for them to come back with money that they need for funding. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'll go back to Zach. I'm pretty sure a couple of years ago, all of a sudden they get a phone call from the government saying, hey, we have these funds in here. And if you apply for them quick, you can have this fund because we have this extra funding in there. So they had to apply for it like right now. It wasn't like, okay, they see something on here that they got to apply in 6 months. Because with the airport granting, it's federal government, they have extra, they have contacts with them, they phone them and say, do you guys want some of this funding for your airport? But you better do it quick. So that's why I think this 10,000, I think it's 20,000, it's not a big deal, but it's there and they have that feeling if they need it tomorrow, they can just go and apply for that grant. That's just my feeling.
Yeah. So the motion on the table is that the grant funding be increased to 20,000. Am I correct? All right, so we will call the question. All in favor? Against? Is that against? Thank you. So that did not carry. Is there any other motions that need to be put forward?
I would think just removing the 10,000 altogether, and then if a grant funding opportunity does present itself that requires a matching fund from the town, then ODES can present to council for a request. And then also, like, with that said, like, historically speaking, in terms of that 10,000 number, I mean, it was in the master plan, the airport master plan, but that was the town's expected contribution for each phase, not a yearly contribution. So I think it's important to not confuse the two. And then in terms of like a yearly budgetary line, I mean, we have operational maintenance. I know like 1 year we did 6,000 for airport gate locks, but it's, to me, like, if we truly want to support ODES, then I just don't know if the 10,000 per year is really going to do much. I would much rather have them come in and request, but that is just my motion.
And I will second that motion. Now, we will go on to concerns. Go ahead, Councillor Potterick.
Thank you, Worship. The 10,000 figure, I know, was a conversation that we had even with them prior to us engaging on the airport master plan. That was providing that understanding or that flexibility that should in fact there be a grant available. Again, I know back in my previous comments where they weren't rushing with 2, 3, 4 weeks to spare to, okay, we need to find this 30,000 for our matching component. I will note they've been very successful with what they have received using fairly little, where it's not, looking for 60, they've done as little as 10 to 30% investment into the outcome. The concern being, though, that investment, at least up front, has always been, for the most part, private investment. It's been going to their members, say, hey, members, can you guys upfront this money for us to proceed with this project? or going to, I know previously, say, so you now Cascadia, Cascadia, could get a grant for you for $25,000 for us to proceed with this. On the flip side, not naturally something there, but there was some interest at the time on the economic development side of things for Cascadia to come forward and assist those funds, because those funds weren't available by other means. Previously, some of the previous board would front that money from their own businesses in order to see that taking to at least get things going. I think this $10,000 in reserve, or a town reserve held at the town, would support them, that when there is an opportunity for them to go forward, it's not a wait and see if we're actually be able to find funds or see funds. We know there's some comfort in being able to focus on the application, ensuring the application is as successful as it could be, submitting that to whether it's the province or the feds or any other organizations provide that funding available. Not trying, as previous was the case, was racing against the clock, trying to get it done at the last minute. Giving them some comfort, that they know that the funds are available. On our side, the funds are building in a reserve. The reserve's there, so that when they need to pull the trigger and start moving, they can go ahead and do that. I do have concern, of us having to go back to council, wait and see, especially if we're in a time where, I don't know, there'd be interest of, for us to expedite that in our regular council schedule in order for them to have, to hit the timeframes that they need. So I would encourage that we, and support that we continue down the path of moving forward to this 10,000 annual reserve.
Councillor King?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can support the 10,000 for 1 year, but not for like the 4 or 5 years continuous, because next year's an election and the new council might want to give more money. So I think in time, 10,000 at this time.
I believe there is a motion on the floor. So could you read the motion, please, and then we'll look at
The motion is that council remove the airport reserves of 10,000 per year on an ongoing basis and replace it with ODES asking for matching grant funding as required.
that was the motion, and yes. And it was seconded. I believe it was me that seconded. So we will call the question on this particular motion. All in favor? Oh, I thought we were ready.
I
No.
just think of a compromise here. So that it's not an additional money coming in from taxpayers. Could we divert 10,000 from our economic development budget line to this airport annual funding? Because quite frankly, we don't have any initiatives for economic development, and then this is a zero impact for taxpayer monies. And this is technically, I see, getting a Venn diagram, there is some overlap with airport activities and economic development. So that way it's 2 birds, 1 stone. We still have the 10 grand that is diverted, and it doesn't have an impact towards really additional revenues that we need.
So does that mean that you are adjusting the motion?
Let me amend it, yeah.
Yeah, amending the motion. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor King. Is there any other concerns?
Yes, so to clarify, I'm gonna friendly or amend my own motion to divert $10,000 per year from the economic development budget line, which I believe is, I think 85, but I think Councilor Keith would have more insight. So divert from that, the economic development fund, to the establishment of the airport annual fund of $10,000. Yeah, the airport grant fund.
The reserve that has been recommended here, but the money would come rather than the town funding it from the economic development. All right, and you've seconded that?
I second that. I just want clarity from our CO.
Annually.
Yeah.
I just want clarity. Is there okay to take it out of economic development funding? Thank you.
Your worship, this is substantially different than what was moved. Perhaps we could withdraw and start again.
Withdrawn.
Yeah. Okay.
And I seconded it, so I will withdraw as well.
Okay, and if I could just read back where we're at.
Yes.
So that is to divert $10,000 per year from the economic development budget line to establish the airport grant funding reserve.
Annually, right?
Annually.
Did we say that? Yeah.
I
okay.
move that.
And it's Councillor King seconded that. Are we ready for a vote now? It's lunchtime. No, no more. All right, all in favor. Thank you, that's carried. Are we okay for now? And we will break for lunch. So do we need a motion for that? No, we don't. All right, thank you, everybody. This has been, it's a little confusing. It's a little, there's lots of different angles that we have to look at. So thank you, everybody, for your input. And we need some food and then we'll come back and finish it off. Thank you. Would you? Does Bob?
I'm here.
Water Councillor Appleby, we're taking a break for lunch.
Yep. How long do you think?
1 o'clock, we'll return.
Okay. Take this long, Lee.
Good afternoon, everyone. The town council and our directors are back on for the afternoon session of our 5-year financial plan that we're looking at. And we're going to go back to one of the agenda items that we had asked for some clarification on this morning. And that would be the asset management and master plan on transportation. Go ahead, please, Mrs. Keith.
So what we have found is there was an error in the package as far as the service package or the one-pager that was included. So the one-pager that was including asset management plus active transportation for the 200,000 should be removed. That was from 2024 and should not be a part of the package. The 75,000 was from a prior year and is a carry forward, and it should be included in the package. And we're recommending that the 125, which was included in it to make up the 200, be removed as well, so that 2026 will only show 75,000 as an active transportation improvement project, as identified in that one pager, which I believe is for bike paths, painting as such.
So are we? So I believe that we can just accept it the way it was printed. Am I correct? We don't have to make it. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Because a motion was made, would it need to be rescinded first?
It was rescinded.
Oh, perfect.
So we're okay with this now. We will just go ahead with the plan that was presented. All right. We will now look at Desert Park is the next one. Am I correct? Mr. Risling?
We can do pull up from a previous council discussion with the South Okanagan Conservation Fund. Maybe I'll let Ms. Coulson take it.
So go ahead, Mrs. Coulson.
We understand that we do need a resolution to commit to the regional district that we will be contributing. So the suggested motion is that council agrees to contribute to the South Okanagan Conservation Fund commencing in 2027.
Thank you. Is there someone who's moving that? Councillor Poderica, Councillor Chong, all in favor. Thank you very much. I'll be now off the hot seat when that comes to the RDOS, which I have been for many years. All right. Are we going to now go to Desert Park?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Exciting as always. Before you is a report, and I wish I had my computer still rebooting. We have $150,000 as a budget item, along with 45,000 as money that was unspent from this past year. We're looking at Desert Park building. This building obviously is still used for some programming, notably pickleball, archery. We had dog agility in there as well. The Desert Park Exhibition Society uses it as an office on an as-needed basis. And recently we had a portion of the building damaged to the exterior. So everybody knows that we try to do something and to find out and investigate what we can do to get this building back in working order. So we did get something in terms of a draft from a structural engineer. And in order to do something with this building, it's a little bit more than anticipated in terms of dollars and cents. There were two options that were put out as part of the way forward, and one is to spend $137,000 as a temporary fix and to have something over 3 years, knowing that if we do the temporary fix by the third year, we have to do the exterior sheeting, which would be all of the building in terms of the stucco. And that
would equate to $2.1 million. If we do the exterior stucco now based on the findings of the structural report, it would cost us $1.8 million. It's a bit of not a surprise by any means, but definitely a bit of a shock. And I'm not sure if CAO wants to add anything to this. Basically, that is the premise of the report.
Go ahead, Mr. Risling.
So in essence, it's really a decision point time. We believe on what to do with this facility. We've talked earlier today and within the council priorities about potentially amalgamating buildings, potentially looking at how many years are left in some of the buildings. And due to what occurred over the summer here, we've got a structure report that indicates building that we have is really cannot be used until we do, like, you know, the temporary fix. Again, this is high level numbers of about 150,000, and but definitely needing closer to the $2 million mark within 3 years to keep that facility running. Council did deliberate in the previous budget that they were okay with funding some of the other, I call them issues with regards to issues that the fire department had as far as meeting fire code safety, and some of those items have been addressed. Some of them haven't yet. I mean, fortunately, we didn't do a couple of the things, and at the time of the when the part of the wall blew off, we didn't invest any more funding in there. So we're sitting here at a bit of a crossroads on we invest about 150 200,000 in it for a couple of years, and then for sure in year 3 we have to have about another $2 million. Again, these are high level type estimates based on what they did. It could be more, maybe it could be less, but that doesn't happen too often. And so is it worth keeping this building open for a couple of years? I'm investing another, say, 150, well, basically $200,000 in it for the next 2 years. And so it's really potentially a decision point on whether we invest that or we actually expedite the demolition process of that building and wait for the parks master plan and the actual facility review that we talked about earlier today, as far as talking to nonprofits and what's the ideal structure we potentially look at constructing as a longer term solution. So this is where we're at. We were hopeful that we wouldn't have to maybe make this quick of a decision at this point, but it's where we're at.
So can I just check with you? The report that we got from the structural engineer is a draft report. Might it be better to wait until the report is complete or updated, or will that not make much of a difference?
It won't make much of a difference. It's very evident in the report that there are serious issues with the building, and it is going to be very costly to repair to a state of usable status. I think a little bit here and there is not going to make any difference to the decision that has to be made.
So I will continue to say that when this building was built in shortly after 1985, in that year, Oliver and Osoyoos hosted the BC Winter Games. And there was some, as I recall, I was teaching at the time, and we had the school was canceled for about a week, and we moved all the desks out of the classrooms, which was the Sonora Center at the time. That was the school. And we put portable beds in there for all of the athletes that came from all over the province. It was a very, very well organized, run by many volunteers in this town, as you can imagine. And so the money that was left over for a legacy from the Winter Games was used to build the Desert Park building up there. It has not been it's been very well used since then, but there have been many problems with it over the years. The grandstand for horse racing was updated. There have been several things that have been done to try and fix the building. I'm not sure that it's a good idea for us to spend 150,000 with the proviso that we have to spend 2.1 million in 3 years. So having seen the past history of this building, I'm not sure that I could support going ahead with money that I think is probably needed for other projects that the town has. So I'll let other members of council talk. Councillor King.
Thank you, Member. I could actually support this 150 to 200. That's only 50,000 a year, really, if it stays open for 3 years. But the real question is, this is kind of to fix the outside. Did the engineer look at the capacity if there's a major event up there for the stands collapsing or anything like that?
No.
Anybody else want to
So,
weigh in?
Worship, I just want
Yes.
to make one more piece and maybe I can get some support. I believe, so the estimate is around 150 for this patch job there to make it okay. I think the other additional 50,000 that we haven't spent was fire code related, and so we would likely proceed with the full 200. Just so council's aware. That's all.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think first off, noting the fact that we did place a deadline on the our life expectancy on this building. And I think we're 7, 8 years away from hitting that target. Unfortunately, the way that building has been used in previous years is very much different than the original use of it when, we didn't have Sonora. And that was our recreation facility for indoor space. And of course, over time, it does have very limited use. And unfortunately, with the, factoring in how it was built, when it was built, and the weathering that's taken place, and obviously, the deferred maintenance, let's say, of the building in that time, we're in the situation that we're in. And I think realizing, the costs even to keep it open the next couple of years, this is a building that is ultimately, I think it's exceeded its time frame given the circumstances and given the concerns and structural concerns. And I think, this is the time where we had to look at that in terms of, it's closure, it's imminent closure, I guess. And where do we go from here?
Councillor Chong?
Thank you. Is there an option where we basically just seal off the building for no use, and explore, because we did pass the shared usage agreement with the school board, and see if there is a capacity for them to take on some of the pickleball demand and the other programs as well, and just have some patience to see what the final engineering report says, and also with our multi-purpose building report to see what the results of that will say in conjunction with the Parks Master Plan as well. Because 200,000 to spend into a building that we can use for 3 years, but then we'll have to demolish essentially or continue with funding it, doesn't seem to be the smartest use of money. Is that a digestible option?
I think Mr. Davis is the one who's been dealing with the school district. Would you be able to comment on that, or would you like to leave that to the town to maybe?
No, I could, comment on that. So the whole purpose of the joint use agreement originally was to, make sure we don't spend any extra funds, whether we're charging that back to the participants or users when we use the facilities at the school and vice versa, both publicly funded facilities And I think being able to use a facility that is publicly funded in more often or as needed would be the best thing. And I really think it puts a bit of a different spin on this whole agreement or the dynamic of that agreement that we had anticipated. Because I think now, yes, we can include any of the loss potential programs that we would have at Desert Park. And I think, what we have here and how we can manage that. We've even opened up on Sundays now for pickleball because we do have a person here that, takes care of our building on Sundays as an additional thing, but we're not paying extra for that. We've always had that position. But now they can open the doors and they can still get some more. Needless to say, that's been in place for a little bit. So yes, to get back to that 100%, I think that's the case. I can also comment that I could probably stay here all afternoon talking about not pickleball, Desert Park. There are a couple of options, and one Councillor King just mentioned about the grandstands and events, and even for upcoming events that may have there, especially this summer. That is definitely something that would be required. However, if that building was closed and it was, not available at all, even their grandstands, there are other ways to bring, portable grandstands in to accommodate that need. However, there could be some kind of structural assessment done on those as well because it might be suitable. A few years ago, we went through this process with Desert Park prior to when we had a flood, prior to redoing the roof. I'm not going to elaborate too much on that, but we did look at other alternatives. One was to keep a portion of the building intact, even if it was the squash courts and the gymnasium, tear everything else down. But the cost of it 15 years ago or 12 years ago was extraordinary, like in the $300,000-400,000 range, and just really didn't make sense to do that. Not having a squash court, even though there isn't a lot of people here, although the first time I brought our CAO around to that building, he was quite surprised that we had that, and I do believe he used it at one point. And I think, and I can tell you this because I've been here a little bit of time. I did get a quote one time to put a squash court on the back entrance to the Sonora Center. So put that out there, and it was about $200,000. So, could add that to the budget next year. I just wanted to make sure that not just council, but the community knows this comes with a heavy heart because a lot of my staff really like that building as well. But when you see the bones and how this is and, the potential liability in it for sure, it's, it makes a decision if council chooses, that way to close it a little bit easier for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Can I ask, the facility has been closed for a couple of months now. Have you been able to accommodate people that use that facility in other ways?
We have not 100% for sure, but trying to get more pickleball times, trying different options for pickleball clubs where they can rent a facility, like on Sunday, where they pay an hourly rate for that, on top of what their membership would be. But stuff like archery is just non-existent right now. So not saying that we can't do anything with it, but we can figure something out. Yeah.
And dog agility can be done outside?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
thank you. Go ahead, Councillor King.
Mayor, I guess that's just related. If you happen to close it down and you were talking about bringing in some benches with knowing possibly a big event coming next summer, I believe those benches would be too close to the event. I don't know if you could answer that today or not.
Again, going through that, and maybe we'll get more information when we do meet with the organizers of that particular event. But They would have definite site plans available for us to look at that would make sure the venue itself is feasible for the event. And I still think it would be okay. And again, maybe the grandstands would be okay to use maybe for that. But again, we're just opening it up. So
Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Madam Mayor, is there squash courts in Oliver?
I don't think there is. I'm not sure. But again, the feasibility of putting a squash court at the Sonora Center, maybe that's something that could be investigated, along with a climbing wall. Oh, it's something that we had talked about in the past. Yes.
So are you saying that perhaps if we were to remove those from that building, they could be put in another location? Or no, you'd have to start from scratch? Okay, I just wondered, because I think those squash courts, from what I remember, were probably the best built part of that building, from what I remember. Okay, anybody else have any questions or concerns? Council, what is your wish here? Is there anybody who would like to make a motion concerning the Desert Park building? Okay,
Make a motion that we spend up to 200,000 to maintain the building for the next 3 years.
is there a seconder for that? Okay, there is not a seconder. Does anybody have another motion they'd like to put forward? Councillor Chong?
I'm just trying to think of the wording. I move that we defer this project until we receive the finalized engineering report. Because there could be changes, who knows? I just don't think we're equipped with enough information right now to make a reasonable decision.
Then I just checked, that would include leaving the facility closed until that decision was made. That, I think, would have to go with it. Am I correct?
Oh, I guess a follow-up question would be, what would be the liability concerns if we were to open it? If it's unrepaired, we can't, so it would be closed, yes.
Mr. Risling?
So maybe just a question, 'cause I think, again, I think there's 2 or 3 different things we can do here. I think the one thing is within the budget, there's 195,000. So that's where we are right now. So right now there's $195,000 embedded within the budget to fix the doors and hopefully some of this preliminary engineering type stuff. So just any emotions could be to accept that, but don't spend any money until we get the final report. It could be to remove the 195,000. So I'm just throwing out some options. I think if your intent is to delay until you have more information, maybe as a suggestion, you keep it in the budget, but do not proceed on anything until the final report is done and comes back to council. That way, at least you have a placeholder within the budget of 200. So it's basically just to kind of prove it, but don't spend until the final report.
Yeah, so I think, but I haven't technically made a motion yet, have I? No, kind of. Yeah, so essentially, yes, like I guess the motion is accept the 195,000 as Desert Park Reserve Fund, with the decision of how to spend that money after the finalized engineering report. Would that be suitable language?
I can read back what I have. It's a bit scattered right now.
Oh, yeah.
That council keep 195,000 in the budget as the Desert Park Reserve Fund, but postpone the project and leave the facility closed until a finalized engineering report is received.
Go
Can I
ahead,
just
Mrs.
make
Key.
one suggestion is just to remove the reserve fund, because that implies we'll actually take that money and put it into a reserve fund. I think in this case, we just want to keep it as a potential capital
Just in
project.
the budget. Okay.
However, not to be acted upon until.
So just keep it in the budget.
I wonder if it's just simpler just to say that, what are the projects called? Desert Park. It is approved, but does not proceed until the item is brought back to council. Is that easier?
Okay,
So
so
it's
what do you?
whatever the project,
Project?
what's it?
But is it approved? Or I thought it made more sense just to say that it was kept in the budget, but at this point, but because
Be something like, we're approving it all, but within the budget documents, that this project does not proceed until the engineering report is brought, finalized engineering report is brought to council.
That's what this said. I'll read it again with the revised wording. That council keep the 195,000 in the budget, but postpone this project and leave the facility closed until a finalized engineering report is received.
is that okay?
Doesn't that mean though, if we got a report, we could move forward with it? We'd have to make another decision, so doesn't it
We
get
would.
reworded a little?
That brings back to council.
It's gotta-
Ca-
Engineering report is.
Yes, it needs to be brought back to council because we don't necessarily, we'd have to
Okay.
vote. Now,
Yeah.
Mr. Madsen, did you have something that you
Presented to
wanted to
council.
put to mention? Go ahead, please.
Just simplified wording that staff return with the finalized report to council before proceeding with the project. With recommendations and whatever that comes with.
But to keep it in the,
Yes.
keep it in.
So the
budget.
money's
Yep.
approved, but it's just a simpler, we're returning to council with the finalized report, which will have recommendations from the engineer.
Okay,
And then, but we will not proceed until
that.
get direction.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Chong?
Yes, because it avoids a potential budget amendment or anything like that. So that
Okay.
is.
And you're seconding
chef's
that?
kiss.
Thank you. Have we got that, Mrs. Colson?
I think.
I think we heard it, so we're okay. Can we vote on it while you? Okay, so I will call the question. All in favor? Thank you. That carried. All right. So the next item that we're moving on to is
Quick enough, huh?
is the cripple here?
Oh, magic.
Wow, how are you doing, sir?
Great.
Good, you look better than you did the last time. Good for you. All right. So what we're going to deal with now are bylaws, and we have 3 of them here, well, 4 actually. The Water District Rates and Regulations Amendment Bylaw, number 1357.11, and it is consideration of adoption. And the bylaw is presented in the package here with all of the user fees attached. And it has been a statutory approval from the Deputy Inspector of Municipalities on December the 10th, 2025. Does anybody want to? Administration, does anybody want to speak to this, or we're okay? Mrs. Keith, are you okay with this?
Yes, I think we're ready to proceed.
All right. So what we're looking at is and it was read a first, second, and third time on the 18th day of November 2025. So we are looking for adoption on today. Is there someone who would like to? Thank you. Councillor Marrera, Councillor King, all in favor? Good. Councillor Appleby's got his hand up as well. So that was adopted. I will go on to the next one. The Town of Osoyoos Water Regulations and Rates Amendment Bylaw, number 1388.04, and that would also be consideration of adoption. It was also read for first, second, and third time on November the 18th. Is there someone who'd like? Councillor Marrera, Councillor Appleby, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. And the last one is the Waste Management Services and Regulations Amendment Bylaw, number 1370.05, consideration of adoption. And this is not a water one. I don't think, no, it's not water, so we'd have to have council. Councillor Chong, Councillor Bennett, all in favor. Thank you very much. And those three are adopted. We're now going to go back to the 5-year financial plan bylaw, and we are looking at consideration of first 3 readings today. Is there someone who would like to make that motion? Councillor King, Councillor Poderica, any concerns, questions? All in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried.
Yep.
Who's doing it? There's always a race to see who's going to do it. Terminated 1-2.